Okay,
What?
we're live.
Huh?
We're live.
You can't go live yet.
It already went live.
Why? You did that. Now it's recording us. You did that. Because I didn't hit live yet. You have to see you messing up. We'll have to edit it out. Just put this on. You have to stop doing that. Don't hold it again. Fix it before people.
I'm trying to change the picture because there's no picture.
Look at this. You're gonna hit live again.
I didn't hit live. I was trying to change the.
Yeah, but you hit live. So all this is being recorded like before.
Well, no one's watching.
Not yet. You don't want all that camera stuff.
Okay, someone's watching now.
You have to just, we can't change it. I'm not rewriting all of that.
Yeah, I know. I'm changing the picture for it. Alright, change the picture.
Okay, you can talk to the people. Not even having anything on.
Hey, everyone.
Nothing is on.
Yeah, we just started the live. We're just getting set up, guys. Yeah, yo, I'm about to leave. I'm just trying to see Trump.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage Vivek Ramaswamy.
They're off of this, of course.
Look at me, who you got watching?
I like this guy here. Woo! There he is.
I'll tell you something, I don't follow the polls. I don't follow the pundits. But I follow the energy. And this does not feel like second place energy in here tonight. I had a friend of mine, smart guy, he's a billionaire, texted me this morning. And he said, why the hell are you guys wasting your time in New York City instead of going to a swing state? You want to know what I told him? I said, welcome to 2024. New York is a swing state.
All right.
I got a message for Kamala Harris tonight. We're feeling the joy in New York City tonight, aren't we? And the only celebration bigger than this one right now is going to be on the evening of November 5th when we send Donald J. Trump back to the White House as your 47th president and commander-in-chief. And I'm looking around here, there's only one man who is going to be more happy than everybody else in this room when that happens. And that is going to be a man by the name of Joe Biden, actually. He is so pissed off about what they did to him.
Yes, he is.
And you know, he's thinking it, but I'm going to say it. Identity politics never works in America. When you select somebody on the basis of their race and their gender, it always ends up being a disaster. And I'm actually talking about Tim Walsh this time, by the way. It goes both ways. So listen up, guys. Last year, I became the youngest person ever to run for U.S. president as a Republican. And thank you. I appreciate that. And I'll tell you something about my generation. We are lost. We are hungry to be part of something bigger than ourselves. Yet we can't even answer what it means to be an American today. We're in the middle of a national identity crisis. Faith in God, patriotism, hard work, family. These things have disappeared only to be replaced by wokeism and transgenderism, climatism, COVIDism, depression, anxiety, fentanyl, suicide. These are symptoms of a deeper void of purpose and meaning in our country. And right now, we need to step up and fill that void with our own vision. Answer, what does it mean to be an American in the year 2024? It means we believe in the ideals of 1776. It means we believe in merit, that the best person gets the job regardless of their skin color, that you get ahead in this country, not on the color of your skin, but on the content of your character.
All right, Dr. Martin Luther King Jr.
That's why we're done with the woke DEI agenda. Bringing in meritocracy to America. It means we believe in the rule of law, and I say this as the kid of legal immigrants to this country. That means your first act of entering this country cannot break the law, and that is why if we've had the largest influx of illegals into this country in American history, we will have the largest mass deportation in American history. That is not racist or xenophobic. That is what it means to stand for the rule of law in the United States of America. It means we believe in self-governance, that the people we elect to run the government, for God's sake, ought to be the ones who actually run the government, not unelected bureaucrats in the deep state that are running the show today. So you want another mass deportation? Let's get 3 million federal bureaucrats out of the D.C. bureaucracy. That's the mass deportation that saves a country. What does it mean to be American? It means we have elections we can trust and believe in, and that means single-day voting on Election Day as a national holiday with paper ballots.
Okay, Vivek, do you agree with him that it should be a national holiday for voting?
After we win it this time by voting early.
I think that it should. Everyone should have the day off to vote. So it's so I agree with Vivek is saying as far as having the day off, but with pay holiday, like make it a pay holiday.
If you want to seal the border, vote Trump. If you want to restore law and order in this country, vote Trump. If you want to grow the economy in this country, vote Trump. If you want to revive national pride in this country, vote Trump. If you want to stay out of World War III in this country, vote Trump. If you want to make America great again, vote Trump. I'm going to give you one more reason to vote Trump, and it's this. It's the one the media in the back, they won't talk about this. But they know it to be true. Donald Trump is actually the president who will unite this country, actually. And we don't talk about that enough. America First includes all Americans, regardless of their race, their gender, or their sexual orientation. Our message to black Americans tonight is this. We want you, what we want for every American. Safe neighborhoods, good jobs, clean streets. A country where you are judged based on the content of your character.
Now I have something to say about that as a black former Democrat, Vivek. So we're going to respond to that.
Our message to gay Americans tonight is this. You're free to marry who you want, if you want, without
Harris
the government
isn't black,
standing in your
she's
way.
Indian.
But that doesn't mean that boys get to compete with girls in girls' sports, or you do
That's
gender
right.
mutilation and chemical castration on our children.
Let's see what I said in the video.
Our message to every legal immigrant in this country is this. You're like my parents. But our message to every illegal immigrant, if you came legally, you get the same American dream that everybody else does. Work hard, get ahead, make contributions to this country, love the nation, and that's our message to legal immigrants. But our message to every illegal immigrant is also this. We will return you to your country of origin.
Woo-hoo!
Not because you're all bad people.
Not that.
But because you broke the law.
That's
And the
right.
United States of America is
We have
founded
laws.
on the rule of law. Our message to my generation, the millennials, is this. You were sold a false bill of goods. You were told you become a gender studies major in California. Somehow that gets you a head start on the American dream when it hasn't worked out that way. Dead on your shoulders. The Iraq and Afghanistan wars. Yes, it's true you were lied to. But we can't just be cynical about our country because this is still the last best hope that we have in the free world. And our message to Gen Z is this. You're going to be the generation that saves the country.
Yes, that's
You
your
wanna be a
generation.
rebel? 18 years old, stand up on your
That's your
college campus and
generation.
call yourself a conservative. Be proud of it. Say you want to get married, have kids, raise
Say,
a family,
that's
have a good
right.
job. That's how we win in America. We don't have to be this nation in decline. We are still on our way up. We're still that country where we will look our children in the eye and mean it when we tell them, you get ahead in the United States with your own hard work, your own commitment, your own dedication, and that you know what? You are free to speak your mind at every step of the way. That is the American dream. That is what we are running to. And that is what we get when we send Donald Trump back to the White House.
Yes.
This November. Thank
This
you.
November.
God bless you.
God
The great
bless
state of New York.
America.
And may God bless our United States of America. Thank you. God bless. Thank you.
We are so happy that that this election is 10 days to the countdown. Can you guys put in the chat where you're watching this live from? And I hope everyone is registered to vote because we are Blacks for Trump. Last go around, the election 4 years ago, I was Biden, Harris. I did everything I could to get them elected. But now I'm wearing Trump shirt. Anybody can buy one, $15, postage included. So this is for the popular vote. Trump is going to win the popular vote. So we are so happy that he is running for president of the United States because these two knucklehead and whoever that person named, hyena, Kamala.
Tulsi.
We don't want, so Tulsi's coming up. Let's see if the music is playing. Let's see, you guys. There she is, beautiful.
Beautiful.
Okay. Okay. We don't want any copyrights because of the music. Okay, so she's not speaking yet. She is speaking. Woohoo! I believe that she can run in 4 years
Join me as I
for
say
president
these
of the
words.
United States. That woman could become president.
We
me
hold
too.
these truths to be self-evident.
Now, she's a beast.
That all men are created equal. And that we are endowed by our Creator with certain unalienable rights.
And we're talking
that
about
among these
Jesus.
are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness.
All right, Tulsi. Yeah, I'll vote for her.
As we gather here today,
In 4
on this
years,
historic
that woman could
occasion,
become president, not
we stand
Kamala
together as proud
Harris.
Americans in understanding that
She's
these
too
very
weak.
rights are under attack. So we face this historic crossroads where our freedom and our future is in our hands. There's never been a more clear choice in any election in my life, and our ability to live in a truly peaceful and free and prosperous country is on the line. I love you too. And it is that love that brings us together here today, that love for freedom, that love for our country and love for each other as fellow Americans, as children of God, that compels us to take action to save our country and defend our freedom. Now, this choice that we have before us is very personal to me. I'm a lieutenant colonel in the Army Reserve. I've served now for over 21 years. I've deployed to different war zones 3 times over that period, and I've seen the cost of war. For my brothers and sisters who paid the ultimate price, I carry their memories and their sacrifice in my heart every day. So this choice that we have before us as Americans is critical. It's important to us. It's important to those of us who serve, who have volunteered to put our lives on the line for the safety, security, and freedom of our country and our people, and it's critical to all of us. Here is the choice that we have. A vote for Kamala Harris is a vote for Dick Cheney, and it's a vote for war, more
wars,
likely World War III and nuclear war. A vote for Donald Trump is a vote for a man who wants to end wars, not start them, and who has demonstrated already that he has the courage and strength to stand up and fight for peace. A vote for Kamala Harris is a vote for open borders, where known violent criminals and Islamist terrorists are streaming across our borders, placing us at risk. A vote for Donald Trump is a vote for secure borders and safe communities, and a confidence that he will seek out those who seek to do us harm and get them out. A vote for Kamala Harris is a vote for economic hardship, high cost of living, poverty, and homelessness, and a vote for Donald Trump is a vote for economic prosperity and opportunity for every single one of us as Americans. A vote for Kamala Harris is a vote for censorship and a complete erosion of our fundamental and constitutional rights and freedoms. A vote for Donald Trump is a vote for someone who will defend freedom and every one of our God-given rights that are enshrined in the Constitution and Bill of Rights. So the choice is ours. History will look back on us at this moment
yes,
for the choice that we made.
Black people for Trump.
Did we choose war or peace? Did we choose poverty or prosperity?
Too big, too rig.
Did we choose censorship or freedom?
Freedom. Black people for Trump.
Our freedom and our future is in our hands. We have just a few days left to complete this no-fail
10 days
that we have before us to save our
10
country.
days.
Nothing short of our future is on the line. So now, just as we've gathered here today in this historic place and this historic
Blacks
time,
for Trump.
we will gather together all across this country, people of every race, ethnicity, religion, and creed, to stand together and defend our freedom and ensure our right to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Now is the time for us to send Donald Trump back to the White House to be the 47th President of the United States, where we can stand together and make America great again.
Make America great again. On board this time.
Thank you so much. Let's get it done. Aloha.
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 Woo-hoo. So anyway, we're waiting for Trump to come out. Black people are supporting Trump more than people know. It's like, I even have relatives, you can't even tell them that you're supporting Trump. They, like, even people in the military, but Kamala Harris and knucklehead Tim Walz, tampon Tim, they are not qualified to lead this world. They are weak. They are unfit. They are not ready to be president and vice president of this country. If they are elected, I don't know what's going to happen to this country, because they do not know how to govern. Kamala been governing this country for the last 4 years, and she is destroyed this country with Biden. It's unbelievable in 3.5 years what they have done to this country. But we got John F. K. He's coming back out. I think the music has stopped. Let's see.
Thank you, New York. Thank you. Thank you.
Robert Kennedy is part of the Avenger team. Harris is an Indian. USA. Kamala Harris is an Indian. She only fake an accent and act like she black when she needs to be black. She's not black.
A lot of people ask me why I left the Democratic Party.
Yeah, people gonna ask me the same thing. Why I left the Democratic Party. Stay tuned for after the rally to find out.
The Democratic Party left me.
All right. Didn't sign up for what they're
This
doing.
is not the party anymore. Martin
Hey,
Luther
love
King,
you
of
too.
Robert Kennedy, of John Kennedy. That was the party of peace. It was the party of constitutional rights.
The vice
of
president
civil
run the
rights,
country when you got a
of freedom
president
of
suffering
speech.
from dementia, Charles
It was the party that
Washington.
wanted to protect and nurture the middle class. It was the party that stood up to censorship, to surveillance, that stood up to the CIA, to the military complex, military-industrial complex. And it was the party that wanted to protect public health and women's sports.
You're welcome, Frankie.
My uncle, Ted Kennedy, wrote Title IX, which protected women's sports in college.
Wow.
It was the party that believed in voting rights and fought for the right of every American to vote for the person of their choice. Today's Democratic Party is the party of war. It's the party of the CIA. You have Kamala Harris giving a speech at the Democratic Convention that was written by neocons, that was belligerent, pugnacious, that talked about the domination of the world by the United States through our weapons of war. It's the party today that wants to divide Americans. It's the party that is dismantling women's sports by letting men play women's sports. It's the party of Wall Street. It's the party of Bill Gates, who just gave $50 million to
Whoa.
Kamala Harris.
Yes, he did. Part of the machine.
It's the party. And the Harris campaign is very proud that it received the endorsement of 50 former CIA agents and officers.
The ones that haven't
John Bolton,
done a good job protecting President
Dick
Trump.
Cheney. These are the people that gave us the war in Iraq, the worst foreign policy catastrophe that's ever happened to this country. These are the people that gave us the Patriot Act, that launched the surveillance state. These are the people that are trying to undermine
She's not
voting
black.
rights in this country.
Wake up.
By weaponizing federal agencies.
I'm black.
against
She is not
political
black. I'm
candidates,
telling you, she's
including
not
me
black.
and Donald Trump and all
That you
other
went to
political
HBCU
candidates.
does not
Can't
make
win
you
an
black.
election. And instead of bringing in a candidate who wins the primaries,
If I lived in India,
Abolish
it
the
wouldn't make me an
and
Indian.
then pick two candidates, anointed them without receiving votes. We don't even know how Kamala Harris received the nomination.
She's not half black.
And
Y'all
this is
been
the
lied
party
to. She's black and
of Wall
Indian and
Street.
Irish.
Of big banks, of big data, of big tech, of the military contractors and the parties of big pharma, big ag, big food, and big chemicals. It is the party that's given us the sickest children in the history of the world. When my uncle was president, 6% of Americans had chronic disease, and we spent 0 on chronic disease in this country. Today, 60% of Americans have chronic disease. This is existential for our country. We're spending $4.3 trillion a year, 5 times our military budget. 77% of American boys cannot qualify for military service because of chronic disease diagnoses. This is existential for our country. President Trump called me 3 hours after his shooting. And he said, would I come and sit down with him? And he said to me during that meeting, he said, there are some things that we can agree on and some we disagree on, but the landscapes on which we agree are so much larger. He said, I want to end the wars. I want to end this surveillance and censorship. I want to protect the Constitution. I want to protect freedom of speech. I want to end the surveillance. I want to end the weaponization of government against American politicians. And I want to end the chronic disease epidemic. Now, don't you think that we deserve a president in this country who's going to restore the moral authority of the United States of America? Don't you think that we deserve a president who's going to end the warfare state and rebuild the middle class? Don't you want a president who's going to put America first?
Yes. Yes. America first.
Don't you want a president
Yes.
who's going to protect our children?
Yes. Absolutely.
And who's
Trump,
gonna
Trump,
protect
Trump.
women's sports?
Absolutely.
And who's going to stop dividing this country along racial lines?
Yes. And I'm black.
And don't you want a president who's going to end the corruption at the federal agencies,
Yes.
at FDA, at NIH,
Trump,
at
Trump,
CDC,
Trump.
and at the CIA?
Kamala has millionaires and billionaires at every rally to have people
And
there
don't you want a
more than
president
Trump does.
who's going to make America healthy again?
Yes. It matters to this country. They keep saying Kamala's black and she's not. Charles
And don't you want
Washington.
a president who's going to make America great again?
Yes.
And we need to go to the polls on November 5th.
I hope you're not part of the
and vote for Donald
plantation,
Trump.
Charles.
God bless you and God bless
God
America.
bless America. Absolutely. Just to clear it up, Kamala is not black. She is Indian. She identifies as Indian. Her father is Indian Irish. Just because they live in Jamaica doesn't make them Jamaican, doesn't make them black. That picture that Kamala has, like in her book, saying that this black woman is her grandmother, Candace Owens, if you check out her channel, which she's amazing, she did like investigating reporting and found out that that picture that she shows, it looks like she's like in her 20s, that's her grandmother. That was a woman that worked for the family, a black woman, because they had black people that worked for them, that was taken 4 years before Kamala was born. Her grandmother is white. She is Indian. I'm not talking about Native American. She's Indian from India, but she tries to identify as black, and her going to a HBCU does not make her black. You could be white and go to a HBCU. So just to clarify that, she is not black, and we do not wash collard greens in a bathtub.
I saw the Grateful Dead in this arena in 1987. I was seated right there. How weird. It's such an honor to be here, and it's wild. Just another day following Bobby Kennedy Jr. at a Donald Trump rally in Madison Square Garden. I mean, what? That's totally normal. Liz Cheney's out there with Kamala Harris. And there's Bobby Kennedy calling to protect women's sports at a Trump rally. It's a realignment. It's unbelievable. And the fact that it's here is even sweeter. Imagine if you're, and just pause for one moment. Imagine you're Donald Trump. You're from New York City. You become famous in New York City. You make your fortune in New York City. And all of a sudden, the leadership of New York City decides they're going to destroy you because they don't like your politics. And so they, yeah, boo. Imagine if that were you, though. And they try and take everything that you have. They try and put you in prison. They try and put your children in prison. If that happened to you, how often do you think you'd be going back to New York City? How about never? And yet he's here. It's like getting thrown out of a bar. And you think to yourself, well, you know, all my friends are in the bar. And you approach the door and there's the bouncer like, you're not allowed in here. But from behind the bouncer, you hear the cheers of your friend, come on in! And the bouncer hangs his head in shame. Ugh. He's embarrassed that he's working for the man trying to keep the most popular person out of the bar. And that's Donald Trump back in the city that produced him with no embarrassment at all, in a room full of his friends. The stones that takes, the bravery that takes, is incredible. Donald Trump's gonna win. He's gonna win. I know that that's true. Why is Donald Trump gonna win? The people he's about to defeat have no idea. And they're panicked. They have no idea why people like Donald Trump. And their first theory was, well, Donald Trump is evil, so half the country's evil also. And that's one of the reasons they spent the last 4 years trying to destroy the country, because they're mad at its voters.
Destroy the
Donald
country.
Trump. How much easier would it have been just to pause for 20 minutes and ask yourself honestly in some silent place, why do people like Donald Trump? And if they had been honest enough to ask themselves that question, they would have come up with the two main reasons, and here's what they are. The first reason that people like Donald Trump is because he likes them. That's why. And it's real. Affection is something you can't fake. I don't care how many times Kamala Harris would tell me she loves me, I don't believe her. I saw her kiss her husband with a mask on. A mask on.
Wow.
Her version of love.
Uh-oh, they froze the broadcast.
10 years telling you Trump is a hater. Do you feel that on him? No, you don't. Because it's not there. I've spent a lot of time with Trump. And there's not one moment I've ever been with him off camera where he's spending his time grousing about people he hates. Ever. He's talking about the people and the country he loves in his private time. Trust me. And people know in a country that has been taken over by a leadership class that actually despises them and their values and their history and their culture and their customs, really hates them to the point that it's trying to replace them, they know someone who actually has affection for them, and that's Donald Trump. And that's requited. It's requited. They know. When he goes to McDonald's and serves fries, like, he's not faking that at all.
He loves
That's
McDonald's. That's a
Democratic
fact.
Republicans like, how is that working? Because it's real. That's why.
Yeah.
And the second reason that people love Trump, and I put myself in this category, it's why I'm here today, is because he's liberated us in the deepest and truest sense. And the liberation he has brought to us is the liberation from the obligation to tell lies. Donald Trump has made it possible for the rest of us to tell the truth about the world around us. And that's the single most liberating thing you can do for people. If you want to enslave people, if you want to degrade them, force them to tell lies. And they have. They force us to lie about everything at gunpoint, effectively. They put people in prison for refusing to lie. And not just the obvious lies that men can become women or Vladimir Putin blew up the Nord Stream pipeline. No, honestly, he did. January 6th was an insurrection. They were unarmed, but it was very insurrection-y. Not even the obvious ones, but the big lie. You know what the big lie is? The big lie is that they're impressive. That's what the big lie is. That the people in charge have somehow earned the right to rule over you, and they haven't. And you know that. These are the single most useless people in the United States. They have no skills whatsoever. They've got 3/4 of the money, and they didn't earn it. They set up a system precisely for the purpose of awarding themselves wealth and power when it's undeserved. You look at Liz Cheney and you ask yourself honestly, what skill could she possibly have that allowed her to send hundreds of thousands of people to their deaths?
Wow.
Did she earn that? I don't think she did.
No.
No fair system would make Liz Cheney powerful. No fair system would make Larry Fink rich. No fair system would elevate someone like Kamala Harris to a presidential nomination. She's never been accused of doing anything useful. She has precisely no achievements. She's a nominee without getting a single vote.
Not one
She's a
vote.
metaphor for the
People
system
did
they
not
created
vote for her
make
to run for
themselves rich and
president.
powerful, and then they
Talking
have
about
the gall to
diplomacy,
lecture you, the people who
democracy.
can actually change a flat tire and repair a power grid, who have useful jobs, who pay your taxes and work 40 hours a week, lecture you that you are somehow immoral. And Donald Trump has empowered the rest of us through mostly just sticking around in the face of their hate and abuse and persecution. He has given the rest of us the right to call BS on the charade. No, you are not better than us. No, you are not smarter than us. No, you do not deserve what you have. You probably stole it. No, you're not going to bully me into silence anymore. And I can promise you at this point, 9 days out, when Robert F. Kennedy Jr. and Elon Musk and Tulsi Gabbard and pretty much every high school senior and college shorty girl in the country has come out finally say, yeah, I am for Donald Trump, actually. When the entire country has realized there is nothing embarrassing about this. What's embarrassing is to take a perfectly great country and destroy it.
Destroy
as they have.
it. That's what I
I'm
say.
not ashamed.
Every
You
video
should
I'm saying they
be.
destroyed this
At
country.
that moment, it's going to be pretty tough for them 10 days from now to look
10
in the eye
days.
to America with a straight face. It's going to be pretty hard to look at us and say, you know what? Kamala Harris, she got 85 million votes because she's just so impressive. As the first Samoan, Malaysian, low IQ, former California prosecutor ever to be elected president, it was just a groundswell of popular support. And anyone who thinks otherwise is just a freak or a criminal. At this stage of the game, after 9 years of listening to their lies and finding every single one of them totally false, no, it's not safe and effective, and no, she's not impressive. It's very hard for me to believe the rest of us are going to say, you know what, Joe Scarborough, you're right. You're right. She won fair and square because she's just so impressive. I don't think so. And to me, that is liberation. It's the freedom to say what's obviously true as a free man and not a slave. And I just want to say thank you, Donald Trump, for that.
All right. One thing I agree with Carlson is that they have destroyed this country. It's just so amazing that in 3.5 years, the damage that this administration has done to this country is unimaginable. When I voted the last time, I supported Biden and Kamala Harris. I fought to get them in office, but I did not sign up for this mess. What they have done with the open borders, allowing over 20 million immigrants to invade this country unvetted, and you have people that have committed murders, like what they say, 13,099 murderers are running around all throughout this nation. People are coming up dead and missing. You got 15,000 rapists. So, you know, he's right. There is no way that we want more of this administration. And the main thing that Carlson Tucker said, was that they're not America first. It's nothing about this administration that has put Americans first. They have put Ukraine first, Gaza first, illegal immigrants first, They have put everyone first while we suffer with this high inflation. But right now, they got Hulk Hogan coming on. Let's see what he has to say. Gotta wait till the music stop. I don't know why he wearing a boa, but it's okay, Hulk Hogan. Yeah, Trump. Christ is king. And that's the main thing. I'm going into my community because we profess, when you meet most black people, we say we're Christians. Well, they need to act like it. And these pastors that are supporting Kamala Harris, you're wrong for leading your flock in laws and virtues that's not a part of what Jesus believed in. It's like, if you're about Jesus, Jesus is not about abortion. He's not about people taking these boys and cutting off their penises and their testicles. He's not about that. He's about what he made when you're born. It is declared at that time, you're a boy or you're a girl. You have a penis or vagina. There's no Frankenstein doctor that can change their gender, period. Let's go back to this. Jesus wouldn't vote for Harris. You're not a Christian. Whoever Scott Scratch knock, you're not a Christian. Jesus would not be a Democrat because everything to believe in is against the word of God.
Well, let me tell you something, Trumpomaniacs. Welcome to the house that Hulkamania built. You know something? Usually when I'm in Madison Square Garden, I'm body slamming giants. I'm winning world heavyweight titles, and I'm cracking people over the heads with steel chairs. And the energy in Madison Square Garden is off the Richter scale. But today, Trumpomaniacs, the energy in here is something like I've never felt. The energy of all these Trumpomaniacs is the most powerful force in the universe. And today,
always say if your child was trans, well, you hate it. It's not about hating, it's about letting them know the truth. The truth. That's what it's about, the truth.
You know something, Trump maniacs? I don't see no stinking Nazis in here.
Not doing any justice, leading your children to hell.
The only thing I see in here are a bunch of hard-working men and women that are real Americans, brother.
Just in case you didn't know, God calls same-gender sex abomination. He hates it. So he would not be a part of the Democratic Party. He hates it.
President Donald Trump speak, he sounds for real, brother. He sounds like he has a heart of gold that's all for the USA. But when I hear Kamala speak,
she's speaking for everyone else except Americans.
It sounds like a script from Hollywood with a really, really bad actress. You know, Kamala is responsible for the border crisis.
Yes, she is.
And Kamala is also responsible
unsustainable.
For inflation.
3.5 years.
And then you know something? She acts like she's the victim. And then all of a sudden, she flips, she flops, she spins and turns it around and acts like she's gonna be the damn hero. But we all know Trump is the only man that can fix this country
this
today.
Mess and prevent World War III.
And with Trump as our commander-in-chief,
not those two idiots in charge,
will fix all the problems in the Middle East. You know, I've been coming to this building month after month after month, and I've seen sold-out crowds over and over again for over 40 years. And for 40 years, I've always asked the question,
New York for Trump.
over and over and over again, what you gonna do? Well, today, after feeling the energy in this building, I finally got the answer. And the answer is, vote for Trump.
That's right.
So now,
The people's
I've
president.
got a couple questions for you. What you gonna do about the border invasion?
Close the border.
What you gonna do about inflation? What you gonna do about keeping America safe, brother? And what you gonna do about putting God in our homes,
Yes.
in our country,
Yes.
in our schools?
Vote for Donald Trump.
So I guess we're all on the
Jesus
same page.
is king.
So I got one final question for you. What you gonna do and who's gonna make America great again?
Donald J. Trump.
God bless Donald Trump. He's our next president.
Every nationality, Black Americans, Italian, Latino, Indian, we are all coming together to make it too big to rig. And only Americans should vote in this election. USA.
I am a real American. Fight for the rights of
Only Americans should be allowed to vote in this election. Right now, they're fighting governors in, I believe in Virginia, Governor Youngkin and different people, because you have illegals voting in our elections. I mean, the things that are going on, that we talk about democracy, and it appears that these people were brought in to change the election. The Democrats had decided we can always depend on the black votes. They've been voting for over 16 years. Black people have religiously voted for the Democratic Party. And what they do every 4 years, they promise black people, this is what we're going to do for you. The Republicans are evil. We're going to do this. We're going to do that. And they lie. They lie. Even the last election, you know, we were out there stomping the grounds for Biden because we're thinking, okay, he's coming off of President Obama's. He had chosen Biden to be his vice president. So we just knew that he was going to do what Obama didn't accomplish for black people. And that was a lie. They already had a plan. Their plan was to open up the borders and bring in as many people as possible so that they could retain power for the next probably 60 more years. But what they didn't count on was black people having enough. What they didn't count on was us going along with the okie doke. You're going to bring these people in, use our taxpayer dollars to support them while they laugh at us, take our resources out of our communities, out of our schools, and have us and put them in luxury apartments, give them 13,000 EBT cards. You're going to give them, provide health care for them. You're going to provide everything for them, and you're not doing anything for our vets. After that, I will never vote for a Democrat again until I see a change in that party. Right now, the damage that they have done, I mean, look at inflation. Look at the economy. I mean, my second highest bill is food. I can't believe it's food, paying for food. So they have done a lot to harm this country. And they don't want to talk about it. Every time they want to bring something up, they want to say it's Trump's fault. Trump did this. Trump did that. What's your policy? Oh, they got Dr. Phil coming up. Okay, Dr. Phil. Don't want to get any copyrights. Got to take it down. All right, Dr. Phil. Well, he has everyone showing up at this rally. All right, God bless America. Christ is King. Jesus is Lord. Jesus is Lord. Philly for Trump. Trump, Trump, Trump. Don't forget to like, share, and subscribe. Dr. Phil. Look at that massive crowd.
Well,
all right.
You guys look just like you do when I'm on TV. Except for you, you look a little different. Listen, I love you guys for caring enough about the United States of America to come out here tonight.
The United States of America. America first.
Thank you so much for caring enough to come out here tonight. I have to tell you, I love this country. I do. I love this country. I stand up when our flag goes by. I put my hand over my heart when they play our national anthem. And I'm so proud to see so many people take time out of their day to come out here and stand up for this country. And strangely enough, I'm not here just to stand up for Donald J. Trump. Lord knows he doesn't need me to stand up for him. He's tough as an old army boot. He's got lots of enemies, different groups that are scared, and between them, they have impeached him, indicted him, raided him, railroaded him, shot him, and sued him. And where is he? He is still standing. He just keeps on coming because he loves this country too. I can be honest and say, I can be honest because we have free speech in America. I can be honest and say I don't like or agree everything that Donald J. Trump does or says. I mean, come on. Nobody agrees with everything or likes everything somebody else says or does, right? No human is perfect. We don't strive for perfection, we strive for excellence. But you don't have to love everything about someone in order to love them. And the last thing he needs is some celebrity endorsement. What the hell do I know? I know I'm no celebrity to begin with. And celebrities don't know anything about policies or politics. So, only difference between me and them is I'm willing to admit it. So, why am I here? Well, I'll tell you why I'm here. I'm here to talk to and stand up for the people who have declared their support for Donald J. Trump, or they got found out, or they want to do it, but they're too intimidated. Because you know what happens when somebody in this country says, hey, I'm going to vote Republican, I'm going to vote Donald J. Trump?
Ostracized.
They get canceled, intimidated, marginalized, excluded, or even fired or boycotted. And you know what that means? In short, that adds up to being bullied. And now we're talking about something I know a hell of a lot about. Now you're in my wheelhouse, buddy. I may not be an expert in politics, but I am an expert about bullying. And bullying is when you seek to harm somebody, you seek to intimidate, coerce, cause distress, fear, risk to their well-being. And it can be physical, verbal, relational, or cyberbullying. And it's always wrong. You said it, my friend. It is always wrong when you bully somebody. And that's what's going on. Now, let me tell you what the critics are going to say when they hear me talking about this. They're going to say, well, now, wait a minute. Come on. Isn't Trump a bully? And let me tell you why the answer to that question is no. Because to be a bully, there has to be an imbalance of power. And when there's not, it's just called a debate. And he's just better at it than anybody else. It's called debating. It's called arguing. It's just, they even name calling, but it's not bullying unless there's an imbalance of power. And whoever he talks to, they've got a microphone, they got on their big boy pants, they got a stage, they got everything else. He's just better at it. And the same thing is true. When the Democrats or Harris call him fascist, Hitler, racist, misogynist, or crook, is that bullying? Well, not really. It's ugly. But with the First Amendment, which we all want to keep, there's no imbalance of power, so it's not bullying. It's just like what he does. It may not be the best use of energy, but when you attack civilians, when you attack a citizen, and you use the power of the internet, you use mob mentality, you incite people to gang up and cause boycotts, then it's beyond ugly. And that's what's happening in this country right now, and that's not okay. There is an imbalance of power there, and it's time that every one of us close ranks. We have to stop this now. It's time that we push back against cancel culture. It's time that we push back against intimidation tactics. And that is exactly the reason that I launched Merit Street Media, which, by the way, we didn't choose the name for that by random. Merit Street Media. This country was built on hard work, added value, and talent, not on equal outcome, not on DEI. This country was built on hard work, and it needs to continue to be built on hard work. And the legacy media has sold out. The legacy media has sold out. And I'll tell you, one night I was sitting at dinner with my wife, Robin, and I was complaining as we were flipping around and listening to the spin on what's supposedly news. And I said, damn, I'm tired of listening to all this media spin and everything. And without even looking up, she said, well, you are the media. Why don't you do something about it? She said, you got bigger ratings than the four of them combined. Why don't you do something about it? Well, as usual, she was right. And that's why I launched the new network, because we want people to think for themselves. You guys aren't dumb. You don't need to be told what to think. You just need the facts.
Don't forget to share, like, and subscribe.
Because you have the facts, right? You're here because you recognize when legacy media edits answers and gives you what they want you to hear instead of the truth. And when they start editing their candidates' answers, they've lost their moral compass. They've lost their way. And I would love to say it's equal on both sides, but I'll guarantee you, when Beyonce, George Clooney, De Niro, and Lizzo come out and say they're for Kamala Harris, when they all come out and say they're for Kamala Harris, did you read anything or hear anything in the media criticizing it? No. But you watch what happens tomorrow morning when people find out I came here to talk to you. You say this in Hollywood and all of a sudden you ain't got a job. Problem is, I don't need one. I don't need a job because I got you. And I've got a question for all of us. Have we lost our minds? We have the First Amendment in America where our government has said we will pass no laws to infringe on our freedoms for religion and speech. So that's the law, but we're muzzling each other. What is going on? We have a law that protects free speech, so we start taking it away from each other? Are you kidding me? We can't allow that to happen. We cannot encourage it. And let me tell you something about bullying. Bullies are bad, right?
Yes, they are.
Let me tell you what else is bad. Bystanders.
That's worse.
If you are a bystander, if you are watching somebody get picked on, if you're watching somebody get bullied, and you don't do anything about it, you're just as guilty as the bully that's doing the bullying. Am I right?
Tell them, preach, Dr. Phil, preach.
I have talked to so many children in schools that tell me the worst feeling they've ever had is being bullied and feeling alone and abandoned when they are picked on and intimidated, when they wish even one person, even one other kid would step up and say, hey, come sit with me at lunch. Don't sit in a stall in the bathroom and cry your way through lunch and eat alone. We're not going to let you be alone. And it's the same thing with adults. Adults don't want to be cut out of the herd and feel like they're alone. The number one need in all people is acceptance. The number one fear is rejections, and bullies, they prey on that. We must claim the right to our point of view. We must be critical thinkers, and when you see somebody being picked on, then you've got to be willing to step up and say, hey, I'm with you. Don't let that happen. And you've got to know why you're strong on the issues you're strong on. You've got to know why you're strong on affordability and safety and security and the border and family care for men and women and law and order and your core values for your children's education and our military. Know why you're where you are. And when you come to your friends and coworkers being bullied, don't be a bystander. Don't be a bystander. You can't let it happen. When you say you love America, that's a verb. That also means you love Americans. You've got to push back and call out the bullies. You've got to stand with those that have targets in their lives. Targets if they're picking on them by calling their jobs to get them fired. Boycotts or kicking them out of their jobs at church or their groups at church. I've spent 45 years listening to people. And I was just in North Carolina and after the hurricane hit down there. And you know what? I saw neighbors helping neighbors, and not one of them asked, are you a Democrat or a Republican? I saw neighbors helping neighbors, and we need to unify this country. You have the right to vote for who you want to vote for president, and we need to step up and claim it, and we need to stand with each other. There are so many who want to, but they're bullied, so they're afraid to. And let me tell you something. One of the most important days in American history was 9/12/2001. Not 9/11. We all know what happened on 9/11. One of the most important days was 9/12, because on 9/12 we all woke up and we were all Americans on 9/12.
That's right.
If you are an American on 9/12, stand up right now. If you are an American
Here we
on
go.
9/12,
I'm standing up.
right now. That's who
Stand
we
up
were.
right now.
That's who
Trump,
we are.
Trump, Trump.
And the difference between winners and losers is winners do things losers don't want to do.
Yes.
And we have to stand proud to help our neighbors who want to vote their conscience and not be afraid. No one should be alone. No one should feel abandoned. No one should have their business boycotted. If you hear somebody's getting their business boycotted, you should get your friends and make sure their business gets doubled.
That's right.
If somebody pulls their advertising from your friend's business, you should let those advertisers know you're going to spend the rest of your life making sure that advertiser is boycotted until they do the right thing. You need to let people know this is over in America. We're going to unify this country. We're going to listen and not be intimidated. We're going to go out and lead by example. Let's quit complaining about what is and start doing something about it. If your neighbor wants to vote the other way, say fine, go vote the other way. I'll love you anyway. Let's lead by example. If they want to do it, let them do it. Love them anyway.
I said love them anyway.
But as for you, the collective you, I don't want you to just listen and say, nice talk, Dr. Phil. I want you to march in your life. I want you to march with your beliefs. I want you to not be intimidated. Don't be stopped, and don't just vote. Take 5 people with you. Like I said, the difference between winners and losers is winners do things losers don't want to do. And what they do is they take actions toward known outcomes. They deal with the truth. They set goals, and they go after them with passion. And it's time for us to bring it home.
Bring it home. That's right.
It's time for us to bring it home. It's time for us to be winners. Winners, winners, winners. I started by telling you I love this country. I'll finish by telling you I love this country.
I love this country.
I love you
and
for
I
loving this
love
country.
you.
God bless you, and God bless the United States of America.
All right.
And before I leave, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the next Vice President of the United States, Senator J.D. Vance.
All right. All right, we got to do some of your music, Vance, but it's okay. It's growing on me. We're going to let him come up on stage because they're playing the music right now. But everything that Dr. Phil said is like, it's amazing. It's about voting. It's about voting for who you want to vote for without putting other people down. You know, it's about loving one another. It doesn't matter who you vote for. You're supposed to vote for what your conscience agrees with. And my conscience right now agrees with voting for Donald J. Trump. I'm not for abortion. I'm not for men and women's sports. I'm not for mutilating children's bodies. I'm about that we should love one another and not criticize one another and be there for one another and support. And I believe in America first. That's what I believe in. America first. Take care of us. You know, this administration has been focused on taking care of the rest of the world while our vets lay out on the street. I have a problem with that. I have a problem with all the homeless Americans, and we shipped in, flew in 20 million illegal immigrants. I have a problem with that. You know, so we have to do something, you know, about what's going on, you know, with our immigration system, and they're not really trying to do anything about it. Let's see if he's speaking yet.
It is an honor to be here with all of you at Madison Square Garden. Now think about this, for more than a century, America's most celebrated heroes and legends have made history inside this iconic arena. This, where we stand, is where the greatest of all time, Muhammad Ali, faced Joe Frazier in the fight of the century. It's where the King, Elvis Presley, played for 80,000 screaming fans. It's where the immortal Hulk Hogan pinned the Iron Sheik and let Hulkamania run wild. And now, on the eve of the most important election in our history, the greatest champion of them all, Donald J. Trump, has come to Madison Square Garden. And I believe in just 8 short days, we're going to turn the United States of America red and make Donald J. Trump the President of the United States. Now, my friends, I've got the easiest job in American politics. Think about this. All I've got to do is remind people what life was like when Donald J. Trump was President of the United States. We had peace. We had prosperity. Take-home pay was rising the fastest that it had in 40 years. Inflation was at 1.5%, the lowest it had been in a generation. Gas and groceries were affordable. And when Donald Trump was president, we had the most secure border in the history of this country. That's the Donald Trump record, and that's a record that's going to win in just 9 short days. Now, I'm going to maybe surprise a little bit of the folks in this arena, because I'm going to be a little bipartisan here. I'm going to talk about Governor Tim Walz, and I got to be honest with you, I feel bad for him. No. We ought to spare a prayer for Governor Tim Walz, because he's got the hardest job in American politics. He's got to convince the American...
Tim. Go ahead, Tim.
I shouldn't say that.
Tim. Hey,
That's his
But think about our friend Tim Walz has got to convince the American people that Kamala Harris is going to somehow fix the very problems she's been creating over the last 3.5 years. He's got to pretend that Kamala Harris didn't open up the southern border and let millions of illegal aliens in, even though we know she did. He's got to pretend that Kamala Harris didn't cast the deciding vote on trillions of dollars of new spending, which created the worst affordability crisis in 40 years in this country. And he's got to pretend that Kamala Harris actually has ideas in her head for how to govern the United States of America. Now, if you are the praying type, and I imagine a lot of us are,
we are.
Please say a prayer for Tim Walz, because they're asking him to do the impossible. Kamala Harris acts like she's the candidate of change when she's been in office for 4 years. She says she can fix everything, but Kamala, day one was 1,400 days ago. What the hell have you been doing that whole time? Now, my favorite Kamala Harris moment is that when somebody asks her for specifics on how she'll make life more affordable or groceries cheaper, she'll say, well, I grew up in a middle-class family.
Or she'll blame
You say,
Donald
Kamala
Trump.
Harris, how are you going to close down the southern border? Because for 4 years you've left it wide open. And she'll say, well, I made the hash browns when I worked at McDonald's, and I was pretty good at it. And anybody with a lick of common sense is saying, Kamala Harris, you didn't answer the question. You didn't actually tell the American people how you're going to fix what you broke. And I got to be honest with you, even on that McDonald's answer, I'm not sure that she ever worked at McDonald's. In fact, I think our president, Donald J. Trump, has probably worked at McDonald's for longer than Kamala Harris has. Now, I will say, I'm going to say one thing in Kamala Harris's defense. She does one thing very well.
Lie. She
Look at
lies.
this.
She lied about Joe. She a really good liar. 4 years.
You guys, You weren't expecting me to be so bipartisan, but I will say this for Kamala, that every time she does an interview, I think Donald Trump picks up about 100,000 votes. Now, we're of course in one of the proud baseball cities in the United States of America. So you know the problem with a softball interview is that you've got to be able to hit a softball still. And that's the problem with Kamala Harris, is I don't think that she can hit a T-ball based on what we've seen over the last couple of weeks. When she was asked what she would do differently compared to Joe Biden, she said, nothing comes to mind.
Isn't that amazing?
She's running on how she's going to be different, but she couldn't name a single thing that she would do differently than Joe Biden. Now, I will say that could be the Kamala Harris official campaign slogan. Kamala Harris, nothing comes to mind. Now, the other day, CNN asked if she had made any mistakes as vice president. Now, here's what she actually said, and I am quoting word for word. She said, in my role as vice president, I've probably worked very hard at making sure that I am well versed on issues, and I think that is very important. It's a mistake not to be well versed on an issue and feel compelled to answer a question. Now, I have no idea what any of that means, and frankly, neither do any of you. None of us know what the hell she says. Now, she may not be able to name any of her mistakes, but the American people sure can. And 9 days from now, we're going to tell Kamala Harris, you're fired. Go
Warren,
back to San
I wouldn't
Francisco
say that
where
to
you
him
belong.
because he's a Marine.
Get the
He's
hell
a
out of the White
veteran.
House. Now, together, Donald J. Trump and all of us as part of this movement are going to unleash a golden age of American prosperity. We're going to make life affordable again in the United States of America. We're going to put the American dream of homeownership within reach for millions of American young people. We're going to secure our border, and we're going to keep our families safe. We're going to protect your right to free speech and religious liberty. And we're going to do it all thanks to the leadership of one man. Now, we have to remember, that one man, Donald J. Trump, 8 years ago, go back 8 years, he had everything. He had fame, he had fortune, he had family, he had friends. But he gave up the easy life to save the United States of America. When they couldn't beat him, they tried to bankrupt him. When that didn't work, they tried to impeach him. When that didn't work, they tried to put him in federal prison, and when that didn't work, they even tried to kill him. But as sure as the American flag still waves, Donald Trump still stands, ready to fight, ready to win, and ready to make America great again. God bless you all. Thank you so much.
And God bless America. It's amazing what he's going through, President Trump, the sacrifices he made to try to fight for us. I've never seen anything like this in my lifetime, that anyone running for president of the United States that have gone through what he has gone through just because he wanted to run. This is that's what made me really become a supporter of Trump. And this is why I made a complete bow face to supporting him versus when I was supporting Joe Biden. I wasn't just someone that just voted for Joe Biden. I campaigned for Joe Biden and Kamala Harris. I was out there on the front line. I was, representing my union, representing our members, and we were all gung-ho for Trump. Now we are, but not before. Joe Biden, very first day, opened up the borders. We didn't know that this was the plan of the Democrats. They are so diabolical. I thought, listening to mainstream media, that it was Trump that was the evil guy, Hitler, one that was racist, all the 9 yards. For all these people that are talking about him now, all these Democrats used to love Trump. All these Democrats supported Trump. All these Democrats loved him, from Oprah to Beyonce to everyone. He was loved by everyone. So once he decided to fight for the people and the machine couldn't buy him, because, the Koch brothers, the Bill Gates, the ones who are really running this country, because if you believe Joe Biden is running this country, then you must be high off of some weed or something, because he is not running this country. I believe that it might be Barack Obama and the machine, but it's not Joe Biden, and it's most definitely not Kamala. Well, anyway, Eric has come out, so let's see, he's about to speak.
The greatest president we have ever had is right behind us. Let's make some noise for him. Guys, this isn't politics. This isn't politics. This is a family. It's hard. We love you too. We love you too. This is so much more than a political movement. This is the greatest family in the world. We are fighting for a country we love. We are fighting for the American flag. We are fighting for the Constitution. We are fighting for our liberty. And as a family, we've been out there every single day over the last 10 years. They've tried everything they could to destroy my father, to destroy us. Dirty dossiers, Russian hoaxes. They tried to impeach him twice. They went after his Supreme Court nominees. They threw him off of Facebook. They threw him off of Twitter. They threw him off of Instagram. They tried to take away his First Amendment right. Guys, they tried absolutely everything. They weaponized every DA and every AG in this country to try and take down my father. Here in New York, they did exactly that. Alvin Bragg, Letitia James. They tried to destroy his life. They tried to take him off the ballot in Colorado. They tried to take him off the ballot in Maine. They tried to subdue the vote of literally hundreds of millions of Americans who absolutely adore the guy. Guys, it's been political lawfare every single day. And then somebody tried to kill him. And despite that, every single time he stands up and he says, fight, fight, fight. And how do you think it feels for them as we're back in Madison Square Garden, the greatest arena anywhere in the world? Guys, I saw the Rangers play here and win the Cup in '94. Every Knicks game, every concert, the greatest arena anywhere in the world. And you better believe the entire party who has failed at taking down Donald Trump, an entire party who has failed at taking down his family, they're sitting there on those cameras right now, watching all of us, watching all of you.
Sold out arena in 3 hours.
Almost 200,000 people tried to get into this event tonight.
Wow. USA.
The streets, Fifth Avenue, all the way from Trump Tower, all the way down to Madison Square Garden, 10 people deep. That's how much love there is in the greatest city anywhere in the world.
New York City.
Guys, in 9 days, we're gonna win. We're gonna win. And not only is he going to make America great again, he's going to make New York City great again. So on behalf of our entire family, thank you. Thank you for being on the greatest ride I could have ever possibly been a part of. Thank you for 10 incredible years. I want you to know, and I speak on behalf of my entire family, I want you to know that we will never stop fighting. My father will never stop fighting. Lara will never stop fighting. I'll never stop fighting. We live in the greatest country in the world. We are not going to allow that to slip away. And I promise you guys the best days of this nation are ahead of us. I love you very much. New York, it's an honor to be here.
I'll say a few things if that's okay with everybody here. Can I just say how honored I am to be the co-chair of the Republican National Committee for you guys? I'll tell you something, we're making sure that we have free, fair, and transparent elections and nobody's cheating in 2024. Guys, we are 9 days away from making sure we send a loud and clear message to the mainstream media, to the establishment, to the Democrats, to Hollywood, that it is not them. It is we, the people, who choose our president, and we're choosing Donald J. Trump. And I gotta tell you, it is incredible to be here in Madison Square Garden, in New York City, the greatest city on earth, in the greatest country on earth, the United States of America. Because if you think about it, New York City made Donald Trump, right? But Donald Trump also made New York City.
Yeah.
He changed the skyline of this city, rebuilt it. Remember whenever they couldn't get an ice skating rink, Woolman Rink in Central Park? Donald Trump rebuilt the ice skating rink for New York City. By the way, under budget and ahead of schedule, if I'm not mistaken, because that's how we like to do things in the Trump family. And when nobody else was doing it, Donald Trump put his heart and soul right here in New York City. It's true, and this is the city that made him a household name. This is the city that put Donald Trump in so many rap songs, by the way.
Yeah.
Right? And truly made him the American dream.
That's
But I'll
Lara
tell you
Trump.
something. Being a New Yorker teaches you something else, doesn't it? It teaches you how to be tough.
Yeah.
It teaches you that it doesn't matter how hard you get hit. You get back up and you keep fighting. When they impeach you, you keep fighting. When they indict you, you keep fighting.
No
When
matter
they take
what.
a mugshot of you, the greatest mugshot in the history of the world.
That's a mugshot is really a beast, boy. That boy is legendary.
You keep fighting. And when an assassin's bullet strikes you, you don't lay down. You get up, you stand strong, and you keep fighting, right?
Right.
Now, in case you guys don't know, Donald Trump likes to go places nobody expects him. Anybody hear about a little rally up the street in the Bronx? Yeah. Does anybody know the last time a Republican president campaigned in the Bronx? It was Ronald Reagan, and ladies and gentlemen, he turned New York red. I'm just saying. It is the honor of my life to be part of this movement. And Eric is right. This is not just about politics. We are all a big family, and we're a family who loves this country. And I can tell you something, 9 days from now, it is going to be the sweetest comeback, because we know the art of the deal. We also know the art of the comeback from Donald Trump that this country has ever seen. Everybody get out, vote early, take a friend to vote. Let's make America great again. We love you, New York.
What Laura said is amazing. Like, the main thing we have to do is get out and vote. It doesn't matter watching rallies and you don't cast a vote. So don't elect to sit on the couch. We need to make this too big to rig, and we need to vote, 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 because we need to save this country and we need to make America first. This administration is not about supporting American citizens. Just like Eric said, like, it's amazing everything his father went through. He's not gaining anything from this. There's no money in it for him. It's nothing in it for him. This has probably been a nightmare. I mean, just going to court in New York City, being impeached twice, them trying to take his fortunes, 2 assassination attempts, and we still don't know anything about Crook. They don't care. We're supposed to have the best CIA, Special Forces, Secret Service, FBI, and they're trying to act like that they don't know anything. Oh, we didn't fly a drone. Oh, we don't know this, we don't know that. So it just seems like something is going on, because we know they're better than this. So they really rather for Crook to have succeeded in taking his life, but God, but God, but God. You know, God is still in control. God already knows the beginning and the end. He's the Alpha and Omega, so he already knows who won this election. But once you... Uh-oh, here it comes.
Hello, Madison Square Garden!
Now we got Donald Jr.
Are you guys ready to take your country back? Are you sick of the insanity?
Yes.
Guys, this is not my first rodeo. It's the 3rd go-around, but you think this could have ever happened 4 or 8 years ago in the heart of New York City? The King of New York is back to reclaim the city that he built. My father changed the skyline of this city. He fixed the things that incompetent bureaucrats couldn't handle. He did that against all odds. He did it for our country too, and now everyone recognizes it. What's unique about this election, folks, you've had 4 years under both leaders. The media would like to pretend that Kamala Harris started her political career about a month ago in a coup. The most democratic process to ever not have a single vote. She's going to be a moderate, folks. She's going to be a moderate. A radical San Francisco liberal. The daughter of a Marxist professor is now magically going to be a moderate. No one's buying it anymore. You know why? Because they've been lying to you for the last 9 years, and you're not buying their crap anymore. You've had enough. The fact that I could drive here today with my father for like 25 blocks and watch the streets of New York lined up with red MAGA hats tells us everything you need to know. You had 4 years under Donald Trump, and despite the most vicious opposition from the media, from big tech, from the Democrats, and even from the weakling Republicans, you got results.
We got peace deals done. Our enemies weren't invading their neighbors. The economy grew. Inflation was next to nothing. And then Kamala Harris and Joe Biden took over, and everything went to hell like that. I keep watching it in the news. It's amazing. Kamala Harris is going to fix all these things. I say, you know what? Why hasn't she started fixing them? You know, you've had 4 years. Why didn't you maybe get going? You're going to wait till January 20th? Americans are suffering. People can't make rent. Businesses are going under. Grocery prices are too expensive. I tell a story. Last summer, I was coming back from a fishing trip with 2 of my boys. And we went to McDonald's. And it was $48 for a 10-year-old, a 14-year-old, and me. And guys, let me tell you, if Donald Trump Jr. has sticker shock at McDonald's, we have a serious problem. It does not have to be this way, guys. We can change it, but it's going to take all of you. You know, these days, you know, everyone's a tough guy. Everyone's a tough guy on the keyboard, on the internet. You know, everyone's a badass. But when you get shot in the face and you come back defiant, ready to fight, that's a badass. That's the guy. That's the guy that can fix the problems that we have. That's the guy that's going to keep our enemies in check. That's a guy that's going to fight for each and every one of you. He's done it once. Let's send him back to Washington, D.C. with an overwhelming mandate to fix the nonsense once and for all. Guys, look at the people who have spoken here tonight. And look at some of the people who are still coming. When did you think you'd be able to get RFK Jr., Tulsi Gabbard, Elon Musk?
Elon, what?
People from all different walks of life, incredible skill sets, whether it be health, whether it be technology, everything. You have them on one unified ticket. Think about that. Compare that to Kamala Harris and Tampon Tim. It ain't the same, folks. Timmy ain't fixing anything, and neither is Kamala. We have a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to change Washington, to put in common sense practices, to put Americans first, because they're not first right now. The Democrat Party has forgotten about Americans. Rather than cater to Americans, they decided, you know what? It would just be easier to replace them with people who will be reliable voters. The insanity has to stop, and the fact that we can pack Madison Square Garden in the heart of New York City shows me that the spirit of the American people is there. That same spirit my father showed on July 13th, that's the spirit of America. That's the spirit we need going into Election Day. So for the next 9 days, each and every one of you, you line up like you're the third monkey on line for the ark and it's starting to rain. You vote early, and then you bring your friends so that we can take back our country once and for all. And when we do that, guys, we're not just going to make America great again. We're going to make the world great. We're going to make the world safe. We're going to fix it all. Get out there, guys, and just like you're going to fight, get out there and vote, vote, vote. Thank you, New York City. Love you guys.
Vote, vote, vote. That's the main thing. We just can't take it for granted and think that the election is already won. Just like Don said, you have to vote, vote, vote. That it's amazing that New York City, that you have sold out Madison Square Garden within 3 hours. And they said that there were like 100,000 people more waiting that couldn't get in. This is so incredible. But I believe that the people have spoken. Everything that he's just talked about happened and it's been happening. They really felt as though that they could ship in and fly in these illegal immigrants, and that way that they would control the voting for the next 60 years, that the Democrats would be in power. But little did they know that Black people were going to step away. When they said replacing, they tried to replace the Black voters. Okay, who's coming out now? Trump, Trump, Trump. You know, Trump, Trump, Trump. I thought I would never say Trump, 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 but I'm wearing it. Trump, Trump, Trump. Don't forget to order your t-shirt. $15. Let's see. Oh, that's Dana White, I believe. Let's see. Dana White.
We are 9 days away from the most important election of my lifetime. Stakes have never been higher, and the choice has never been clearer. President Trump and I have been friends for 25 years. I've said this before, and I'm going to say it again. He is the most resilient, hardest working human being that I've ever met in my life. I know he's a great leader. This is not my opinion, not my hope. He's proven he can build the strongest economy in American history. He's proven he can secure our borders and keep our nation safe. He's proven to be the strong leader allies and adversaries alike must respect. He's proven he loves this country so much, he's literally put his life on the line for it. What is the other candidate proven? She can get your party's nomination without even facing voters. What else? What else can she offer the American people other than vague promises and no plan?
More of the same. More of the same.
She talks a lot about the need for change and her hope for the future. Hope and change. Does that sound familiar?
Yeah, Barack Obama.
She can use the old Obama playbook, but she's not Obama.
She's not Obama.
And she is no agent of change. She is the sitting vice president of the United States.
That's the funny
now.
thing about it.
What she hopes is voters will focus on the future, because she doesn't want us looking at the last 4 years to see what we really need to change. We need change from sky-high inflation.
Yes.
According to Yahoo Finance, the cost of groceries is up over 25% during the Biden-Harris administration. Food is unaffordable for most Americans. That has to change. We need change from wide open borders. BBC News reports illegal immigration reached record levels since they took office, with an estimated 10 million border crossings. That's a 300% increase compared to the Trump administration, and that's not including the unknown millions who cross undetected. That is the record of the other candidate, the border czar of the Biden administration. We need change from weak foreign policy. According to the Institute for Economics and Peace, a nonpartisan think tank, think about this, there are more active armed conflicts now than any time since World War II. Weakness from the Biden-Harris administration has invited aggression and conflicts around the globe. When President Trump was our commander-in-chief, the world was a much more peaceful place. J.D. Vance touched on this, but I want to hit it again. Vice President Harris was asked recently by the objective journalists of The View if there's anything she would have done differently than Biden over the past 4 years. And again, her answer was, there is not a thing that comes to mind.
That's ridiculous.
Don't take my word for it, take hers. She will not change a thing. Hope is nice, but hope is not a plan. Change is needed, but change won't come from the status quo. And she is the status quo. If you want real change, you'll vote for proven leadership. If you want to return to economic prosperity, border security, and global stability, you'll vote for the one candidate who's proven he can deliver all of that. My fellow Americans, if you want what's best for your family and this country, you're going to vote Donald J. Trump as the 47th President of the United States. Thank you, New York. Have a good night.
Wow, what Dana said is true. Everything he said was true, that Kamala is the sitting vice president. Joe Biden is an absent president, so I guess she's been running the country for the last few years. And how are you going to have change when they are the ones that cause this destruction to our country? They have destroyed this country within a matter of 3.5 years. It's just so unbelievable how much damage they have done. It's unbelievable. It's unbelievable what they have done to destroy this country. And there most definitely is not an administration of America first. They don't even care about American citizens. They care more about the rest of the world. They put us last. People are out here, needing homes and shelter, and they need to get off the street. They don't care. Look what happened to North Carolina. They were slow to act. Okay, who's this speaking? They don't even have his mic up, so I don't know. It's just sad. Like, we're living. No one has to tell you about this administration because you are experiencing it. So we don't even have to act like we don't know what's going on. You go to the supermarket, you see what prices are.
And we were located on the 101st to the 105th floors of the World Trade Center. I get to be here today because I was taking my son Kyle to his first day of kindergarten that morning, 23 years ago. I lost 658 of my friends and colleagues. I had 960 who worked in New York that day, and we lost 658 people. And we rebuilt that company to take care of the families of those that I lost. So we took care of those families. Each of my employees, they took 25% of their salaries and they gave it to the families of the people we lost, because that's what New Yorkers do. And we gave those families $180 million. So the first thing, we must elect Donald J. Trump president, because we must crush jihad. I love this city. I love this city. And Donald Trump loves this city no matter how crappy they treat him. He is back because he loves you and he loves this city. We all say, make America great again. But let's just go over for a minute what that means, because we all say it as a slogan. When was America great? at the turn of the century, our economy was rocking. This is 1900, 125 years ago. We had no income tax. And all we had was tariffs. All we had was tariffs. And we had so much money that we had the greatest businessmen of America get together to try to figure out how to spend it. That's who we were then. But then we had World War I and we had World War II. And we felt we had a duty to rebuild the rest of the world. So here's what we did. We took down our protection. We took down our tariffs. And we turned instead and we taxed Americans so that we could export the power of our economy and save the rest of the world, which we did. Now let me ask you a question. What decade should that have ended? Should it have ended in the 80s? The 90s? 2000? What in the world are we doing? We're letting the rest of the world eat our lunch. And it is time to make America great again. All right. What does America first mean? We all say America first. What does America first mean? American citizens employed first. NAFTA, Bill Clinton's favorite I hate Michigan move. Open the border, take all car manufacturing and move it to Mexico, and screw over everyone in America who works in the auto industry. We don't make cars here. I mean, they make our cars in China and ship them here. It's got to end. So, when he says America first, let's be crystal clear. He is saying employ American citizens first. Okay. The Harris-Biden administration has set us up with a $6.5 trillion spending budget on our taxes of $4.5 trillion as they screw our children's future to the wall. We lose $2 trillion this year, $2 trillion. And Donald Trump is going to build the greatest team to ever walk into government, and we are going to balance our budget.
Get this guy off the stage.
And when we balance our budget, the world is going to feel what it feels like to unleash the full power of the United States economy and its amazing workforce. Okay. So, ladies and gentlemen, I have the honor to introduce the co-founder with me of the Department of Government Efficiency, Doge, Madison Square Garden. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for the greatest capitalist in the history of the United States of America, Elon Musk.
All right. I don't know. Well, this guy that was just on, he had a lot of vigor. But I'd rather listen to Elon Musk. He made some valid points, but we're about making America great again for everyone. And it's about Trump, Trump, Trump. Don't forget to order your shirts. It's Donald Trump. Donald Trump.
I'm not just MAGA. I'm dark, gothic MAGA.
He's so silly.
Well, the energy in this room is incredible.
The energy is incredible, even at home.
All right, I've only got one question for you, then I'm getting out of here.
Yeah, get out of here. Bye.
But we set up Doge.
Bye.
How much do you think we can rip out
Okay,
of
you're
this
taking
wasted
Elon time. This guy don't know how to
$6.5
leave the
trillion
stage.
Harris-Biden budget?
Well, I think we can do at least $2 trillion.
Yeah!
All right, bye, dude. Bye, dude.
I mean, at the end of the day,
Bye-bye.
You're being taxed. All government spending is taxation. So whether it's direct taxation or all government spending, it either becomes inflation or it's direct taxation. Your money is being wasted, and the Department of Government Efficiency is going to fix that. We're going to get the government off your back and out of your pocketbook.
All right. I'm in agreement with that because I need more money, more money, more money.
And America's just not just going to be great. America is going to reach heights that it has never seen before. The future is going to be amazing. Now, you guys are awesome. Honestly, this is like... Yeah. I mean, this is the kind of positive energy that America is all about. Yeah. USA, USA, USA,
USA, USA, USA, USA.
Yes. Now, I have something I want to ask you to do though, because obviously we're somewhat preaching to the converted in this stadium, but there's a lot of people out there who need to vote for President Trump. Okay, so this is a real battle. This is a real election battle. So you need to get friends and family to vote. Make sure they vote early. This is important. We're going to be putting up a scorecard, okay? An early vote scorecard, state by state, county by county. What is the scorecard? Vote early. Vote now. Yeah. Make the margin of victory so big that you know what can happen.
Trump, Trump, Trump.
Massive, overwhelming sweep of every swing state, and even some of the states that people don't think are swing states. Massive, crushing victory. Get everyone, friends, family, people on the street. Put the signs up, put the hat on. Let's go.
with that, it is my honor to introduce the First Lady, Melania Trump.
Elon is amazing. That he wants to join the Avengers. I mean, this is going to be an awesome administration. You have Elon
I'm glad
Musk.
that guy got off stage.
I mean, yeah, he was getting on my nerves. He thought he was really like, he thought he was that guy. I mean, he was
Thought
like,
it was him.
yeah, he thought he was him. He was like, look, get off the stage.
That's awesome. Melania's coming out.
Oh my God, Melania is coming out. Okay, you guys. Well, anyway, Elon is that guy, and here go First Lady. Boy, he brought out the heavy hitters.
Melania is so beautiful.
She's out here. That's good. Stand with your man. That's right. Melania Trump. Wow. I can't wait until this election is.
Gabriel, just look at his last presidency for the answer to your question. I mean, he's already been president.
Yeah, people act like they not experienced this nightmare. This administration has been a nightmare.
Good evening, New York City.
Oh, wow. They like it that she came out.
Hello, Madison Square Garden. Our hometown, where architectural symbols of strength, courage, and unity create a canvas for the world's undisputed capital of industry. Where titans of finance, fashion, and entertainment convene among an iconic range of superior design, structures, and artistic accomplishments. And American ingenuity blossoms among determined citizens who race across city streets and between offices, striving for success. It is you who are the heartbeat of this great metropolis. It is you who are the pulse of this America. Yet, New York City is unforgiving. In fact, our lives are complicated even during the best of times. And sadly, today, a declining quality of life coupled with economic instability makes it difficult for business to thrive. Love you too. Crime is on the rise, while public safety diminishes, creating an environment where families with young children choose to relocate. And this story repeats itself from coast to coast across our nation. This is America. For generations, this town has produced America's most fearless leaders, whose mark changed the course of the world. New York City and America needs their magic back. A country of tomorrow that will shape our future and reset expectations for the generations. Envision a wonderful America where the seeds of security, prosperity, and health are sown once again for benefit of our families. charge together with a shared vision that builds on American greatness. Let's seize this moment and create a country for tomorrow, the future that we deserve. And now, please welcome our next Commander-in-Chief, my husband,
Donald J. Trump. Let's go.
We have to turn the music off. We don't want any copyright strikes. Trump, Trump, Trump. Oh, he's singing it live. This is special. This is Trump's hometown, New York City. New York, New York. Trump, Trump, Trump. This is amazing. I love to see them together. I really love seeing them together because she really needs the family support. Now, they brought Byron out. What's it, his son name? Is Byron? What is his son name? Byron or Barron?
Barron, yeah.
Yeah, they brought Barron out.
Byron.
That would have did it for me.
Trump.
There he is.
Just gonna be music still playing.
And, oh yeah, the guy. He likes for him to sing the whole song.
Okay, Earl. See you later.
Yeah, this is family. You have to have anything you're doing in life, you do need the support of your family. Because family is everything. No matter how you look at it, you need the support. He couldn't do this without his family.
Josiah, how much are you being paid by Kamala? Like, you want 4 more years of what we have experienced, then you must be
either they're from the
crazy or
alphabet club. Because no one in their right mind want 4 more years of this nightmare. This has been a freaking nightmare. Trump, Trump, Trump. 2024. And you know that only time people could say something negative is, like we haven't really said anything about Kamala, her character. Yeah. Because there's a lot to say about her, and there's a lot to say about Biden. I mean, even hiding the fact that we have a president of the United States that's suffering from dementia. This is like the weakest time that we're experiencing. If somebody wanted to attack America, the time is now. We are weak right now. We're at our weakest time probably in the history of the United States. Yeah. We don't know, first of all, who's in this country. We can be attacked not only from the outside, but we can be attacked from the inside. We have a president that we don't even see him or where is he. And half the time they believe he don't even know where he is when he is in front of the public. That's who's running. We have this, now we got to see the personality of this vice president. She act like she's scared to speak. How are you going to represent the United States of America and you're going to go and talk to world leaders like President Putin and President Xi? They will crush her. She's too, they believe in strength. And if she can't represent strength, she cannot represent the United States of America. God is good. They probably still playing that music. Let's check. Trump, 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 Trump. Hey, y'all, don't forget to get your Trump shirts. They're $15. Postage is included. Trump, Trump, Trump. Melania is beautiful.
Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you very much to a very popular former First Lady, hopefully First Lady again, And I just want to say a very big hello to a special place, New York, and to an incredible arena, Madison Square Garden. Incredible. And then we have all of the people that could fill it up 10 times. You take a look at outside what's going on all the way down to the river, the beautiful, beautiful Hudson River. They're outside watching this now at levels that nobody's ever seen before. They've never had it. And I want to thank Jim Dolan. He's been incredible. He's been just incredible. The job they've done. Thank you. But I'm thrilled to be back in the city I love, and thousands of proud, hard-working American patriots. You're with me. We're all together. We've always been together.
Trump.
And I'd like to begin by asking a very simple question.
Are you better off?
Are you better off now than you were 4 years ago?
No.
I'm here today with a message of hope for all Americans.
Want to end these wars.
In this election, I will end inflation. I will stop the invasion of criminals coming into our country.
That's what we want.
And I will bring back the American dream. We need the American dream to come back home.
The Kamala talks like this. Her whole rally, she only talks about abortion. Whole rally, abortion. That's it. No message.
This election is a choice between whether we will have 4 more years of gross incompetence and failure, or whether we will begin the 4 greatest years in the history of our country. We will achieve success that no one can imagine. We will have the strongest economy, the most secure borders, the safest cities, the most powerful military, the best trade deals, and we will dominate the frontiers of science, medicine, business, technology, and space. And I'm asking you to be excited about the future of our country again. I'm asking you to dream big again. We're going to dream big again. We haven't been dreaming big at all. This will be America's new golden age. It's going to happen quickly, too, very quickly. Every problem facing us can be solved, but now the fate of our nation is in your hands. Next Tuesday, you have to stand up and you have to tell Kamala Harris that you've done a terrible job, that crooked Joe Biden has done a terrible job. You've destroyed our country. We're not going to take it anymore. Kamala, you're fired. Get out, get out. You're fired. Early voting is underway in every swing state, and we are setting all-time records. They're voting, I tell you what. I don't want to talk about it, but we have to keep it going. You got to get out and vote. We just have to get out. And who would have thought this was going to happen? We're leading in every swing state. But it doesn't mean anything. It only means how are we doing at the end. So we have 9 days from now, and we're going to defeat Kamala Harris, and we're going to win back the beautiful White House, and we're going to make America great again, and it's going to happen fast.
USA.
Thank you. In less than 4 years, Kamala Harris has shattered our middle class. She cast the deciding votes that launched the worst inflation in the history of our country. She cost the typical American family over $3,000 in a short period, but over $30,000 over the last 3 years. She killed 50,000 manufacturing jobs this year alone. Now Kamala wants to raise the typical family taxes by nearly $3,000 a year and impose a 33% tax hike on all domestic production. If Kamala Harris gets 4 more years, our economy can never recover. If I win, we will quickly build the greatest economy in the history of the world. Which is what we had in our last term. We will rapidly defeat inflation, and we will very simply make America affordable again. We're going to make it affordable. I will massively cut taxes for workers and small businesses, and we will have no tax on tips, no tax on overtime, and no tax on Social Security benefits for our seniors. And I'm announcing a new policy today that I will support a tax credit for family caregivers who take care of a parent or a loved one. It's about time that they were recognized, right? They add so much to our country and are never spoken of, ever, 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 but they're going to be spoken of now. Thank you all very much. I'll also make interest on car loans fully tax deductible, but only for cars made in America. Have to be made in America. And we will achieve energy independence, and we will do something we wanted so badly. We're going to do something. You know what we're going to do? Front row Joes. You know, I got front row Joes here. I got the ladies from North Carolina, number 249. This is the 200, and you look so beautiful. We have a lot of people, they followed us, but we're going to do something. The ladies can tell you what we're going to do. We're going to drill a baby drill.
Drill, baby, drill.
And I will terminate the Green New Scam, and we'll cut your energy prices in half, 50%, within 1 year from January 20th. Is the fake news hearing that? Whoa! Look how much, wow, that's a lot of fake news.
Yeah, they're here. They're most definitely, like
That
Trump
is
said,
a lot
drill,
of
baby,
fake
drill.
news.
Drill, baby, drill.
Look at that.
I need some help with my energy bill. I don't know about the rest of you
That's
guys,
gotta be
but
a record, Mr. Speaker. I think
my
that's
house
a
takes a
record.
lot of energy.
That is a lot of fakers back there. To bring back millions of jobs, we will give our companies the lowest taxes, the lowest energy costs, the lowest regulatory burdens, and free access to the best and biggest market on the planet. Remember this, if we keep going like this, we won't have the biggest and the best. We won't have a market, we won't have a country. But only for those who make their product here in the USA and hire American workers for the job. And if these companies don't make their products here, then they will pay a very stiff tariff when they send their products into the United States for the privilege of competing with our workers and our now protected companies. We're going to protect our companies. They're not leaving anymore. They're not leaving anymore. We're also going to pass the Trump Reciprocal Trade Act, meaning if China or any other country charges us 100 or 200% tax or tariff, we will then charge them a 100 or 200% tax or tariff.
called an eye for an eye. And I will never apologize for defending America. I will protect our workers. I will protect our jobs. I will protect our borders. I will protect our great families. And I will protect the birthright of our children to live in the richest and most powerful nation on the face of the earth. As we rescue our economy, I will also restore our borders. There's never been anything like it. It's bigger than inflation. It's bigger than the economy. What they're doing to our country, they're allowing criminals from all over the world to enter our country.
Everyone should have, that's
Over
an
the
American
past 4
citizen
years,
should have a
Kamala
problem
Harris
with that.
Has orchestrated the most egregious betrayal that any leader in American history has ever inflicted upon our people. She has violated her oath, eradicated our sovereign border, and unleashed an army of migrant gangs who are waging a campaign of violence and terror against our citizens. There has never been anything like it anywhere in the world for any country. Kamala has imported criminal migrants from prisons and jails, insane asylums and mental institutions from all around the world, from Venezuela to the Congo. A lot of people are coming from the Congo prisons. They're coming from all over the world. Over the last month, 181 countries violated our laws. And she has resettled them into your communities to prey upon innocent American citizens. But the day I take the oath of office, the migrant invasion of our country ends and the restoration of our country begins. One of the deadliest and most vicious migrant gangs that Kamala has imported into our country is the savage Venezuelan prison gang. Nice group of people. They got together in prison, the worst prison in the world, they say. It's called Tren de Aragua. And that is taking over apartment complexes and unleashing a violent killing spree all over America, especially in Aurora, Colorado, where we have a governor who's petrified of them, and maybe he should be. But now they've even taken over Times Square. Take a look.
Yes. Show what's happening in New York. Anyone that doesn't know should watch Jordan Cash. He does reporting about what's happening in New York City with the illegal immigrants.
People talk about lack of crime. This is what they're talking about.
San Antonio, Texas, just one of the latest cities to have apartment complexes taken over by members of the Venezuelan gang.
Biden and Harris had created a program to bring them in on a humanitarian.
People need to watch Jordan Cash. He's showing what's going on in New York. I mean, stores are leaving New York. Crime is uncontrollable. It's crazy. It looks like something you would see in a Batman movie, except you don't have Batman. That's how bad it is. What's going on in New York? They're stealing. They're murdering people. They're raping people. They have destroyed New York City, and the hotels are being filled by immigrants. People can't even go to New York and visit. They're putting them first. And the thing about it, to want to vote for someone that has mocked Jesus, that Jesus is Lord, and she said, go to the other rally. That's why I'm at the other rally. Thank you, Kamala. I'm at the other rally. Trump, Trump, Trump.
2 men investigators say are in the country illegally from Venezuela are charged with capital murder and the death of Jocelyn Underwood.
Martinez and Angel wrapped his arms around Jocelyn's neck, took off her pants, and climbed on top of her. Later strangled Jocelyn to death, and then tied up her hands and feet.
Court documents suggest a group
Venezuelan gangs got to do with Trump because they are here. They're here. We don't need Venezuelan gangs here, taking over our cities here, our apartment buildings here. What kind of dumbness is that? Oh, you must be a part of that group.
A Peruvian gang leader who is wanted for 23 murders, who was arrested by Border Patrol near Rolla, Texas, then released into America.
That's who we're allowing into our country. We're not going to have a country any longer. That's who we're allowing in. The United States is now an occupied country, but it will soon be an occupied country no longer. Not going to be happening. Not going to be happening. November 5th, 2024, 9 days from now, will be Liberation Day in America. It's going to be Liberation Day. On day one, I will launch the largest deportation program in American history to get the criminals out. I will rescue every city and town that has been invaded and conquered, and we will put these vicious and bloodthirsty criminals in jail. We're going to kick them the hell out of our country as fast as possible. And to expedite removals of Tren de Aragua and other savage gangs like MS-13, which is equally vicious, I will invoke the Alien Enemies Act of 1798. Think of that. That's how far back. That's when they had law and order. They had some tough ones. Think of the Alien Enemies Act of 1798. You hear that, Mr. Speaker? Get ready. To target and dismantle every migrant criminal network operating on American soil. And there are lots of them. We don't have the same country anymore, you know that. And you know, when you look at the polls and they say about the economy and they have all these different things, the worst nightmare that we're facing is what they've done to us on our borders. We had the safest border in the world. In fact, there's a chart, which I hope they have, because I didn't tell them I wanted it, but there's a chart that I love very much because I wouldn't be here without it. That's it. I love it. I'm in love with it. I love that chart. Even if it had bad numbers, I would have loved that chart, but it doesn't. It has great numbers, and if you look at the arrow on the bottom, you'll see that was the day I left office. That was the lowest illegal immigration that we've ever had in recorded history, the recorded history of our country. And then look at it. It was like an Elon Musk rocket ship. Look at what happens. Look at what happened after that. And if they come back into our country, it's an automatic 10 years in jail with no possibility of parole. And I'm hereby calling for the death penalty for any migrant that kills an American citizen or a law enforcement officer. Under Kamala, America is a sanctuary for criminals and for illegal aliens that are in our country illegally. I will immediately ban all sanctuary cities in the United States. Kamala's gross incompetence disqualifies her from being President of the United States of America. She is grossly incompetent. All you have to do is look at her interviews, look at what she did the other night on fake news, CNN. Just take a look. She couldn't answer a question.
Yes.
She's unfit for office.
Unfit.
Everyone knows it. No one respects her. Trump. No one trusts her. No one takes her seriously. Everyone knows she is a very low IQ individual. From humiliating our country in Afghanistan, to the war in Ukraine, to the nightmare on our border, to her inflation catastrophe, all done in conjunction with Sleepy Joe. But he was largely sleeping, wasn't he? After 4 o'clock, it's time to go to bed. To his and her egregious hurricane response, the worst response in North Carolina and other states since Katrina, but I think it was even worse than Katrina. They haven't even responded in North Carolina. They haven't even responded. There's nobody. They don't see any FEMA. You know why? They spent their money on bringing in illegal migrants. So they didn't have money for Georgia and North Carolina and Alabama and Tennessee and Florida and South Carolina. They didn't have any money for them. They spent all of their money on bringing in illegal immigrants and flying them in by beautiful jet planes. They flew in. We just found out about a year and a half ago. Remember, we said, what's going on? Those planes, a lot of planes going over there. What are they? They would fly them into the middle of our country, our beautiful, beautiful country. And you know what happened? You take a look at Springfield, Ohio. Think of this. Think of this. Where 30,000 illegal migrants were put into a town of 50,000 people. No place can withstand that. Or take a look at Aurora in Colorado. Colorado is going to vote for us. You know why? Typically, they go a little bit the other way. Of course, with their voting system, I'm not so sure about that. But you know why? Because they tried to throw the leading candidate of both parties, meaning me. I was leading both parties off the ballot. And the people of Colorado, including Democrats, are very angry about it. They are a threat to democracy, to use their term. Isn't it nice to have somebody that's your president that doesn't need a teleprompter? We haven't been on teleprompter for a long time. I haven't been on this teleprompter. No, it is nice. You saw the other day where Kamala got a little stuck on the teleprompter, went a little bad, it stopped on her. You have to be, you know, if you're a politician, you have to be able to handle that. Remember? You have to do the weave, he says. You got to do more than the weave. But it happens a lot as a politician. It happens, I mean, we have so many politicians here, great ones. Really great, because some are not so good, but great ones.
Trump is funny.
And when Newt, or when the Speaker, or when Tommy Tuberville, who's here someplace, the great senator from Alabama, or when any one of our literally 75, by the way, should I introduce all of them by name? I should. Should I? No? Yes? I don't know. It's a lot. Speaker, should I? I don't know. Will they be angry? Yeah, they will. It's a lot of introducing, right? Let's keep going with this speech, huh? But you know, when you have when you're in this profession, I have a friend who wanted to come in. I said, do you like speaking? Well, I do, but I have a great fear of speaking. I said, don't be a politician. If you have a fear of speaking, don't be a politician. But one thing you have to know is that no matter how good your people are that operate this machinery, it's going to break. And you're going to be out there all by yourself a lot. And you got to be able to do so. 3 weeks ago, she was saying there was only 32 days left, right? And she's reading and like, there's 32 days, and it stopped. And she went, there's 32 days. 32, 32, and I was watching. He said, this isn't pretty. 32. She was gone, and then, damn it, it kicked back on. She was gone. We've had it. It happens a lot. And don't forget, you got all those people back there. Now, they don't talk about her. But if that ever happened, it happens all the time. I was campaigning in Ohio for a very, very, Bernie Moreno, he's doing a good job. I think he's maybe going to win in Ohio. The problem he's got, his opponent, Brown, Sherrod Brown, He's taking ads in like he's my best friend. He never votes for me. He's not my best friend. Ohio's been very friendly to Trump. We win it all the time by a landslide. But the opponent is taking ads. I got 4 of them. I think we have 4 of them, right? They're taking ads. All of a sudden, they love Trump. We agree with Trump on tariffs. We agree with Trump on the border. We love Trump. And they're Democrats. Their friends calling up, did they switch to the Republican Party? But it happened with Bernie Moreno. I was in Ohio to try and get him over the initial primary hump. And it was 45-mile-an-hour winds, and these suckers were blowing like, you ever try reading a teleprompter where it's moving about 2 feet in each? But I didn't have to worry about that because even worse, they ended up blowing off the stage a lot of it. So I'm now in the first sentence, and I got 28,000 people and millions of people watching on television. I got no teleprompter. And did I do a good job, Mr. Speaker? And he won. And he won, huh? Thank you, Matt. And he won. And so you're up there all alone. We don't go 32, oh my God, whatever. Kamala Harris is a train wreck who has destroyed everything in her path. To make her president would be a gamble with the lives of millions and millions of people. She would get us into World War III. We're very close to World War III.
Trump.
A smart president, if you don't have a president that gets it, if you don't have a president that is respected by the other side, and they did respect us 4 years ago, they really respected us. Iran was broke. They had no money. Russia wouldn't have played with us at all. Russia would have never gone into Ukraine. Israel, October 7th, would never, ever have happened. Would never have happened. All those people would be alive right now. Those people that were killed on that horrible day. But if you don't have a president that gets it, you know what else you wouldn't have had? You wouldn't have had that, the most embarrassing day in the history of our country, in my opinion, Afghanistan, the way they, not that they got out, we were getting out, but we were going to get out with dignity and strength. We got out, an embarrassment, the likes of which this country has never suffered. And because of that, Putin looked at us and they probably figured we were a paper tiger, and he went into Ukraine, and the rest is history. It would have never happened with us. And you wouldn't have had any inflation. You know, we had the best economy, but we had no inflation. And inflation has destroyed a lot of seniors on fixed income, and a lot of people in this room have been virtually destroyed by inflation. You wouldn't have had inflation. They screwed up our energy, and it went up so much. And then they started spending far too much money on things like the Green New Scam, which is just a scam, just a complete scam. They actually admitted that, if you think about it. But she would get us into World War III because she's incompetent, can't do the job, unfit for it, and then all of your sons and daughters will end up getting a little notice. They'll say, Mom, Dad, what is this little green piece of paper? Ay, darling, that's a draft notice. They're drafting you to go and fight in some country that I've never heard this country. I've never heard of this country before. Oh no, I don't want my baby to fight. I don't want my baby to be killed. What they did in Afghanistan with those 13 great soldiers, I've gotten to know the parents so well, and leaving all of that equipment behind, and leaving Americans behind, and many, many people with no legs and no arms, all because of incompetent people. But we don't want your sons and daughters to get a little draft notice and you have to explain to them what it means. We're tired of fighting. I'm the only president in the last 84 years that didn't start a war. Remember Crooked Hillary? Remember Crooked Hillary Clinton? Crooked Hillary, oh, she was a beauty. During one of our many debates, she said, look at him, listen to him. He's going to start a war. Listen to his rhetoric. He's going to start a war. I said, no. My rhetoric is going to keep us out of wars. And that's what happened. 82 years Other than I finished off ISIS, but that was already started. We had stupid generals like Milley and Mattis, weak, stupid people. But fear not, we have great generals, just not the ones that you see on television all the time. And we wiped them out very quickly. It was going to take 5 years. Madison said it would take 5 years, and I'm not sure we could do it. It took us like 4 weeks. We have great generals. We have the greatest military in the world. Just a lot of people don't know that. And everybody knows it, but you know, I saw the other day a report that they issued that if we end up in a war with China, we cannot win, we're not strong enough. So I said to myself, assuming that's true, how stupid are you to put out a report like that? How stupid. Why would you put out a report? Then they'll say, oh, Trump is not truthful. No, I'm smart. You don't put out reports like that. And it's not true. We would kick their ass. It's not true.
Go ahead, Trump.
Our enemies are laughing at her. They want her to win so badly. Oh, they don't want Trump. They don't want Trump. I've made this position a very dangerous one because of that. That's why. It's a very dangerous. You know, if you drive a race car, you have 1/10 of 1% chance of dying. If you ride the bulls, I think the bulls are pretty nasty, right? You have about the same 1/10 of 1% of dying. If you become president of the United States, you got a hell of a shot at dying. I never knew that when I ran. I never thought about it, but here we are. Here we are. And I'm okay with it. And I would rather be here than any place in the world.
At least he can hold a conversation more than 20 minutes unscripted.
It's called a very dangerous profession. But if we win, our enemies won't be laughing anymore. They're not going to be laughing. And you know what? The truth is I got along with all of them. I got along with Putin. Ukraine was the apple of his eye, but I said, Vladimir, don't go in. Remember, I ended the pipeline in Europe. I ended the pipeline in Europe. And then when Biden came in, he approved it. But he ended the Keystone pipeline, the one in America. So he got it a little mixed up, didn't he, huh? Nord Stream 2, I said, we're ending Nord Stream 2. Everybody said, what is Nord Stream 2? I said, that's the massive Russian pipeline where they're going to make a fortune, where they're going to Germany and all countries in Europe. So I said, you mean we're fighting to help them with NATO and spending all of that money, and they're paying the person and the group that we're fighting billions of dollars a month? What the hell are we doing? I ended it. It was dead. And Biden came along and he approved it. Weak. Look, 30 years ago, he was not considered smart either. So now he's really that smart. If we win, America will be respected, and even if it's necessary, feared again. It's not the worst word. On issue after issue, Kamala broke it, but I will fix it. We're going to fix it. But we're just not running against Kamala. I think a lot of our politicians here tonight know this. She means nothing. She's purely a vessel. That's all she is. When you see her up there talking about the grass on my front lawn, I grew up in a middle-class neighborhood, and I had grass on my front lawn. Yeah, but we're asking, what would you do to fix the country? And why didn't you do it yet? Almost 4 years. Why didn't you do this?
Because she was busy destroying it.
She's becoming more MAGA than those politicians I just told you about from the different states. She can't put two sentences together. She's just like, she's really just like Joe, in many ways, crooked Joe Biden. And she never said to us, she never told us that Joe was not functioning properly. She should have. Because, you know, we're talking about the life of the most important country in the world. We need very smart people. We're running against something far bigger than Joe or Kamala. and far more powerful than them, which is a massive, vicious, crooked, radical left machine.
Yeah, it's a machine that's running the country. It's probably Bill
They're
Gates.
just vessels. In fact, they're
What's the guy that
perfect
had
vessels because
Amazon?
they'll never give them a hard time. They'll do whatever they want. I know many of them. It's just this amorphous group of people. But they're smart and they're vicious. And we have to defeat them. And when I say the enemy from within, the other side goes crazy, becomes a sound. Oh, how can he say? No, they've done very bad things to this country. They are indeed the enemy from within. But this is who we're fighting.
Anybody supporting
These are
Kamala
the people who are doing such
must be a
harm to our
freaking
country
illegal
with their open
immigrant.
border policies.
Because there's no way you would support someone like that
Record-setting
if you're an
inflation,
American
Green New Scam, and
citizen.
everything else that they're doing. But we're not going to
Thanks, Chef.
let it happen any longer. We're going to have the biggest victory in the history of our country on November 5th. It's going to be the biggest victory in history.
Too big to rig.
We're going to make America great again, everybody.
USA.
On top of it all, Kamala says she would not do one thing differently from Joe Biden, which is totally disqualifying. And you have to remember this. All of the mistakes you made, and you know what maybe is the worst, but they're all so bad. Think of this. 325,000 children are missing, dead, sex slaves or slaves. They came through the open border and they're gone. Their parents will most likely never see them again.
You're welcome,
almost
David.
any of them. Think of the number.
We need to make
325,000 children are missing or dead. Take a look at this, please.
Would you have done something differently than President Biden during the past 4 years?
There is not a thing that comes to mind.
I stood there on the tarmac watching you check your watch.
The chaotic and deadly U.S. evacuation from Afghanistan stunned Americans and the world and cost the lives of 13 U.S. soldiers.
Would you have done something differently?
There is not a thing that comes to mind.
More than
Listen to
13,000
this.
illegal immigrants convicted of murder have been caught at the border and then released into the United States.
An Afghan national is in custody today after being accused of plotting an election-day terrorist attack. The suspect entered the U.S. on a special immigrant visa.
Gut-wrenching new details in the murder of Georgia nursing student Laken Riley. The illegal immigrant suspect, who cops say committed the heinous murder, is a Venezuelan.
We got to look at the Democrats for stopping nothing to win this election. So we have to get out and vote for Trump, make it too big to rig. Like what he's talking about, this is real. If you're an American citizen, you know everything that this man has gone through to stand in the way. So for us, he's doing it for us. He's doing it for us. This doesn't benefit him at all. All it's done is cause chaos in his life. I'm for Trump, Trump, Trump. Don't forget to get a t-shirt.
Authorities say train day
Too big to rig.
with more than 100 criminal investigations here in the U.S. has now been found operating its criminal enterprise in apartment complexes.
Were you the last person in the room? Yes.
So if you want to end this disaster, you got to get out and vote. Just go out and vote. We got to get out. We have to put it away. We're close. We're so close. You know, usually the Republicans are losing in the first week in the early voting. And we did something that has not been done. I don't think, Speaker, it's been done yet, but it's been done for us. We're leading every one of the swing states, all 7 of them. So we usually get them from behind. Because Republicans like to vote on a thing called Election Day. You know, in the old days we had election days. Today we have election periods. They go on forever. And last time they went beyond and start early, start late, do whatever the hell you want. You know, we got more votes in 2020 than any sitting president in history by millions. Okay. And we did great, obviously, in 2016 we won, but we did much better in 2020. But everything, nothing compares to what's happening. I mean, you have tens of thousands of people standing outside watching us on a television, and we love you out there. We love you. They're watching. But both of those great races, both of them don't compare to what's happening now. In Florida, we took a massive lead. And all of these places, I mean, there's something happening that's really good. There's something happening that's really good. But let's close it out. Pretend you're 1 point down. Would everybody pretend? Let me just do a poll. Who has already voted? Who is going to vote? That's what I like. That would be better than the other way if you've already voted. So I'd say 16, 17, maybe 20%, and we're leading. And most of you haven't voted, but you promise you're going to vote? Everybody promise? Promise, promise, promise? There's a lot of people in here. Well, the beauty is that, you know, a Republican likes to vote late, and they like to vote and make sure their vote's in the box, right? They want to vote. They just feel better about it. And so we had a lot of people voting, but really that's the same. I do it in every event. I say, who's voted for the last 3 events? Last night I was at Penn State, a great place. I actually met, this is an amazing, the national championship wrestling team. They won Penn State won the national championship, but listen to this, 11 out of the last 13 years, even Jim Jordan would be impressed by that. You know, Jim Jordan is a great guy. He's a great wrestler, all-American wrestler, Jim. You can see it by the way he acts. He's not afraid of anything, right? And I looked at those guys and they're rough as hell. I said, you may be the only people that can take trendy Aragua in a fight. And it won't even be that easy for them. They're tough people. But it was great to meet that team, and those great champions, amazing, really great champions. And we were packed at Penn State. We were packed. No matter where we go, we're packed. No matter where we go, because there's something happening. And the something happening is they want to take back their country. People want to take back their country. You love the country. I love the country. We want to take it back. I could be right now on the most beautiful beach in the world. I could be at Turnberry in Scotland. I own it. I could be anywhere. I got that greatest. I don't have to be here, but I would much rather be at Madison Square Garden with you. So we're thrilled to be joined today by an incredible group of patriots who are going to help us save our country, including our next Vice President, J.D. Vance. And a man who was so incredible. Last week I watched that rocket ship come down. I've never seen it. I told the story last night. I was on the phone with a very, very important person. And I'm talking to him and I'm watching the television while I'm talking to this guy's boring as hell. And I said, wait a minute, wait a minute. I'm looking at the screen. And I see this rocket pouring the fire, the flames, it's all over the place. It was white a week ago, and now it's pitch black from the burning coming down at 10,000 miles an hour. It's coming down at a low area. There is my, he's that great. You know what he was doing for the last week? Campaigning in Pennsylvania. He's a sweetheart, too. So I'm talking to this guy, very important guy, big guy, and I have the television screen on, and there's rockets coming. And it's coming down, and I say to the guy, hey, do me a favor, will you hold on a minute? Just hold on, I'll talk to you. This is like one of the most important people. I'm watching, so just hold on. I put the phone down. By the way, I never picked it up again. You know what these people are going to say? He's cognitively impaired. He's cognitively impaired. Oh, you don't think so? They're the worst. They are the worst. So I put it down, and I'm watching this rocket, and I see the engines. I say, oh, it's going to crash. No, because it was looking right next to gantry. I guess they call it the gantry, whatever the hell they call it, the launching pad. And it's coming down at a bad angle, Elon. I wasn't happy. And I was a little worried. You might have been worried too. I said, oh no, it's not going to be good. And then all of a sudden I saw the flame on the bottom left, and it was ripping. The flame was pouring out of that sucker, and it straightened it out like this. And it came down and it landed, and then it's two of these big, beautiful arms grabbed it and they held it tight. And I said, I wasn't sure if it was a movie. I thought it might be one of these crazy movies. And I said, I got to call Elon. And I call him. I said, Elon, was that you? This is like about 4 minutes after. Was that you? Yeah, that was me. I say, Elon, you're a genius. You are a genius. You are. He is special. He is special. And you know what he wants more than anything else? For our country to be really well run, solidly run, to be run democratically, all the things that everybody in this room wants. And I mean, honestly, he left that pad and he went to Pennsylvania to campaign. Can you believe it? And I asked him a couple of questions. I said, Elon, let me ask you a question. Can Russia do that? No. Can China do that? No. Can anybody do that other than you? Nobody else can do it. Nobody else can do it. Pretty good. And he said, and they won't be able to for 10 years, you said, right? They won't be able to for 10 years. No, he's amazing. And he's a great guy.
What did Kamala talk about at her last rally?
This is a piece of work. You know, we had a black hat, right? You saw him with a black hat at Butler. He was there, and it was beautiful. We had 101,000 people celebrating a great firefighter, a great guy, Corey. And Elon got
Yeah,
up.
Chevy, you're exactly
And
right.
I didn't even know we made a black hat. I've never seen anybody wear it. I see the red hats all over the place, the white hats. I see all different, but I never saw black. But he liked the black. You know, it's a little different. It's a black hat with black letters, okay? It's called Understated. And I said, you like that hat? He said, I love that hat. I call it Dark MAGA. But you know that after that evening, that became our #1 best-selling hat for that one. All I have to do is put something on him now. You're great. And thank you very much. Thank you very much. It's great. Thank you. And we also have somebody that is great. And look, we're not going to let it go too crazy, Elon, with the oil and gas stuff. And, you know, because Robert F. Kennedy cares more about human beings and health and the environment than anybody. And he's going to be absolutely, having him is such a great honor. I've been friends of his for a long time. And I'm going to let him go wild on health. I'm going to let him go wild on the food. I'm going to let him go wild on medicines. The only thing I don't think I'm going to let him even get near is the liquid gold that we have under our feet. I don't know, Elon, he might not like liquid gold. It's oil and gas, sometimes referred to as oil and gas. JD, I think we're going to have to keep him away from the oil and gas. What do you think, Howard? Yes? But where is Robert? He's around. He gave a beautiful speech. He's a great guy. He truly cares. I mean, he truly cares about this, and it's an honor. And we're also pleased to be joined by my beautiful wife. She's got the #1 best-selling book in the whole universe, New York Times. #1 best-selling. Go out and buy one of her. It's a great book. It's a great. You know what? I was nervous when I read it. I said, I wonder if she said some bad stuff about me. But she's great. Congratulations on it. That's a big deal. #1 in the New York Times list. Now, if she's #1 and her name is Trump on the New York Times list, that book definitely was #1. I guarantee you that. Thank you, honey. Great. And we have a fabulous, brilliant woman, top student at Yale Law School. They were both top students. They're going to have very smart kids. If you believe in that, I believe in it strongly. I would like to have their children because they are going to be smart. Yale Law School, top of the class, both of them. Usha Vance, thank you, Usha, for being here. Thank you. Thank you very much. With their two beautiful children. And my children here, Don and Eric and Tiffany, and along with Lara, Kimberly and Michael, we have great people. We have Barron home, he's watching. That Barron is watching. He's the king of the internet.
Go ahead, Barron.
He's the king of the internet. Oh. Who was that? That's very nice. My sister Elizabeth is here. She's great. I don't know where she is, but she's great. And we love her. And Speaker Mike Johnson is here, and he's doing a great job. It's not easy when you have a majority of 3, but he's done a great job, and he's going to continue to do a great job, and we like him. He's a terrific person. I watched him just totally decapitate a fake reporter on NBC, Meet the Fake Press. What he did to her was, I think they probably she'll never be the same. Nobody would know. Look at him, such a nice looking guy, just that little beautiful face with the glasses. Got the little glasses. Everyone said, oh, he's so nice. He's such a nice person. He's not a nice person. He's not nice at all, right, Matt? But great job. We think he's great. And he's going to be around for a long time, I predict. We have a senator here who I love, Senator Tommy Tuberville. And he's from a great place, Alabama. I love Alabama. I'm up in Alabama by 49 points. 49 points.
Wow.
We're up by a lot in a lot of different places, but it's a great place, and thank you, Tommy. And all of our other great congressmen. We have so many if I ever named them. We're going to be up here a long time. So they're going to be angry. They won't speak to me for probably a month or so, but it'll calm down after that. Right, Matt Gaetz? It'll calm down. It'll calm down. But we have great, great people. And they're really doing a job, and we're going to turn this country around. You know, with me, we got to get the congressmen elected, and we got to get the senators elected, because we can take the Senate pretty easily.
Yeah, the House.
And I think with our little secret, we're going to do really well with the House, right? Our little secret is having a big impact.
The House, too.
He and I have a secret. We'll tell you what it is when the race is over. I also want to thank Jim Dolan and everyone at Madison Square Garden for an unbelievable, this is unbelievable.
Beautiful.
I've watched the Knicks and Rangers here.
That's right, blacks
and
for
what
Trump.
A location.
Trump, Trump, Trump.
You know, they tried to talk Jim out of this location. We're going to move you to the river. We're going to move you all
God
over
is
the
always
place. He's tough. He said
uppercase G.
I don't know. They offered
never
him all
little
sorts
G.
of money. We're going to move Madison. It's a very prime location. We're going to move it to the river. Well, we're right on top of every train hub it's like the world or something right here. And he didn't like it that much, but he was offering a lot. Man, did he make a good decision. That would have been peanuts compared to the value. But there's no place like Madison Square Garden. Thank you very much to Jim and all of your people. But here are the facts. Kamala Harris is a radical left Marxist, rated even worse than crazy Bernie Sanders or Pocahontas. She destroyed our economy. She was an original creator of Defund the Police. Can you believe it? She was one of the originals for Defund the Police. And anybody who wants to defund our great police for even 1 week is not worthy of being president of the United States, because that's where her thinking is. Kamala vowed to abolish ICE. You know, those tough people you've been looking up at the screen? They're the ones that get them out of our country. I know a lot of people right in these rows. They're very tough. They don't want any part of it. They got to go in there, fist a-blazing to move them. You know, we had a case in Long Island where MS-13, one of the other really bad gangs, killed 2 young girls, 16 years old, walking to school. They didn't shoot them. They knifed them and they cut them into little pieces. Because it was so painful.
I don't know how anyone could support
beautiful girls
This
were cut up
administration.
into little pieces by knives. MS-13, their animals.
I mean, just hearing
And
what
you know
happened
who
to
took
those
care of it for
children.
us? ICE. ICE, they had no problem. Kamala wants to defund ICE. We're not defunding ICE, right? You're not defunding ICE. We're not even
No.
going to think about it. She's never going to get the chance. There's no way she becomes president. There's no way. Radical left lunatic who she destroyed San Francisco. She destroyed, along with Gavin Newsom, the governor, who's the worst, one of the worst governors in the country. They destroyed California.
Price is king.
And she's not going to get a chance to destroy our country any further. We're going to get it back fast. She wants to ban fracking. And as California Attorney General,
Jesus is Lord.
she redefined
God
child
has his
sex
hand on this
trafficking,
nation.
assault with a deadly weapon, and rape of an unconscious person as a totally non-violent crime.
Unbelievable.
She pledged to confiscate your guns. Is there anybody in the room that would like to give up their gun to come? I had a feeling you might say that. And endorsed a total ban on handgun ownership. I don't think that's good. When a criminal crawls into your house at night, it would be nice to be able to at least have a chance, wouldn't it? Wouldn't it be nice? She even called for free sex change.
Unbelievable.
Operations on illegal aliens in detention at taxpayer expense. Think of it, at taxpayer. She said, they're illegally detained, but if they want a sex change operation, she's all in favor. Now, she gave this stuff up about a year ago, a little more.
This is
Because it didn't
ridiculous.
work. It wasn't working
I can't
too well
believe
with
that
the
people
electorate.
actually go along
But
with
she'll be
this
back to it
nonsense.
because that's where it is. She's a radical left person from San Francisco. She destroyed the place. But you know, she lied about that, but she also lied about something very important. For years and years, she said she had a job at McDonald's. And the reason I went there last week, do you know that I got a call from Sundar, very smart guy at Google. He said, this is the most amazing thing. We've had just about more hits on this crazy McDonald's story. And I went there just to prove a little point. See, you never know how something's going to work out, Mr. VP, do you? But he called and he said, we've had more hits on McDonald's than, I think he said, anything we've ever had, but let's say it's close. And did anybody watch Joe Rogan recently? Good? So she lied about McDonald's. She lied about everything. She's got ads on saying Donald Trump is this, he's going to do this, he's going to do... It's the exact opposite what my policies are. She's got me doing this. He doesn't want to frack. No, I'm all for fracking, and I have been for... One thing I have been, even the enemy, because they are the enemy, what they've said, even that enemy too, and they're really the enemy. They're the enemy of the people, the press. They said one thing about me that I consider a great compliment. They said, this guy is the most consistent person we've ever seen. Because I've been against cars and car factories being taken out of Detroit and being taken out of our manufacturing of automobiles, being taken out of our system, out of our country for years. I've been against all of the things that are happening and have happened. We stopped it, and now it's happening again. When you hear 50,000 manufacturing jobs lost in just a short period of time. But I've been the most consistent because we're going to bring our manufacturing back to the United States. It's all coming back, so get ready. Get ready. You're going to have your choice of great jobs. And on top of all this, Kamala tried to turn our military woke. So tonight, whether you are a Republican, Democrat, or independent, conservative, or liberal, I'm inviting you to join the greatest political movement in the history of our country. It's really, it is. You know, it's the greatest movement in the history of our country. I tell the story that years ago, there's a guy, he's a great guy, older guy now, very old, but he was great, conservative guy, Pat Buchanan, right? We know Pat Buchanan. He came in second in the New Hampshire primary, And for 45 years, he made an unbelievable career of it. He was a hot item. He was on every show. And we came in second in one primary. We came in first in 50 primaries. We then had a great election that we won. We then had another great election that we did a hell of a lot better in, and bad things happen. We're not going to let that happen. COVID. They used COVID to cheat. But we then had an election. But now we have the election of, well, this will be, in my opinion, I have to say if, because, you know, there's always risks, I guess. But if we pull this off, this will be the biggest political event in the history
Christ
of
is
our country.
king. Christ is king.
Right?
God has his hand on this man. They absolutely already know that this man's going to win.
And we're building
No matter
the
what they're
biggest,
doing, it's
broadest,
going to be
most
too
diverse
big to
coalition in
rig.
American history,
So they have
including
tried
union
everything.
workers
It
and Border
even
Patrol
appears that they
agents.
try
By
to
the way,
kill this
the
man.
Border
So
Patrol
God
gave me
has
last
his
week
hand on
their
him.
complete
Jesus
and
is
total
Lord. Just like
endorsement.
Kamala said,
They
go
said
to
he's
the other little
greatest
rally down the
president
street. Well, I'm at that
in the
rally.
history of
Trump,
the
Trump,
country, but
Trump.
we don't have to
Because
go
I'm for
that far.
Jesus Christ.
And they said there's never been anybody like him on the border. They said to him, the fake news said, has she ever called you? No. They didn't like that answer, by the way. Then they
I
asked
hope
her,
God
"You ever
has
called
his
us?"
hand on
She
you,
never
Chris.
called.
We
Almost
praying for
4 years,
everyone.
She never called, not
That
once,
none
the
should
Border
perish.
Patrol. And she was the border czar. She was in charge of
Jesus
the border.
Christ loves
Now, think
everyone.
of
The
it.
only
4
hate
years she
is from
never
the
called.
devil.
Now she's trying
Hate
to
is
say,
not
well,
from
I
God.
was
So
really
obviously,
not the border.
you must be
Well, she
serving
was
your
the border
father,
czar
the
now.
devil.
She was put in charge of the border by Sleepy Joe, and then he went to bed. He put her in charge.
Yep,
She
put
went
her
to
in
bed.
charge. Check out the
She did
118th Congress.
the worst job on the
You'll see
border
her name,
than
Border
anybody
Czar,
has
Kamala
done in the
Harris.
history of the world.
It's
There's never been a
written.
border like
It
this
is
in
written.
the world. And a third world country would fight people with sticks and stones to stop them.
You don't have to be
from pouring
religious
into
to
that
believe in
country.
something more than
And
man.
we let them just come right in. What a shame. What a shame. Police and firefighters also. We have every endorsement from virtually every sheriff's department, police department. I don't think they have
Kamala
one
has
cop.
mocked God. That
They're
was her
looking for
biggest
just one
mistake.
cop.
The devil jumped right
Is
out
there
of her
one?
mouth.
Well, there's not going to be.
That's
a
the
New
only
York's
time she
finest.
was
By the way, how good
unscripted.
are the police outside? New York's finest.
Well, you don't believe in the devil or angels. You're going to find out
And
at
you
the
know
end
what?
of
I
the
want to
day.
thank Mayor Adams, because Mayor Adams has been treated pretty badly. You know, when he said that this whole thing with the migrants coming into New York, this is just not sustainable.
Yeah,
You know, we
she
can't
mocked
do it.
all
We're trying to run a
Christians
city. We got
along with Jesus.
100,000 migrants coming. We can't
No
do it.
Christian should
We
be
just can't do it. It's
supporting
not
that
feasible. It's not,
party.
not good. He said it very
Everything they
nicely.
do
I
is
said,
against what Christ
well, he's gonna
came
be
and died
indicted by these
for.
lunatics for saying that. A year later, he got indicted. I think they upgraded his seat in an airplane. That's a very serious charge. They've upgraded my seat a lot too. I used to fly commercial. I don't fly it so much anymore. But they'd see me back there and, sir, would you like an upgrade? I don't know. Maybe it's something else. But I have to tell you, he's been really great. And he said that they shouldn't be calling Trump a dictator because it's not true. That's nice.
That's right. It's the
Oh,
truth.
nice.
It's already been president.
So we want to thank Mayor Adams for going through a hard time with these people. These are lunatics,
Yeah,
by the way.
Jesus
They've
is for everyone who
weaponized
accepts
the
him.
Justice Department against their political opponent. I am under investigation more than the great, late Alphonse.
God
Kagan.
looks at the heart. He
My
doesn't
father's
look
looking
if you
down
hold a
on me
Bible
right now.
upside
He's a
down.
tough
That
guy,
is so
but he was,
weak.
like,
You
legit.
probably don't even hold a Bible.
And I
You probably
know
don't
my
even
mother's
own
in
one.
heaven. I'm not 100% sure my father, but it's close. But he's looking down at me right now. And he said, how the hell did this happen to my son? He's not a bad person. I'm a good person. All we want to do is straighten out our country.
That's right. Thank you. Thank you,
But all
Trump.
of the veterans are with us. All of the steel workers. I saved our steel.
Unions are with you.
I saved our steel plants, and I don't like Japan buying U.S. Steel. U.S. Steel used to be like Elon Musk, like 70 years ago, the biggest, the best company in the world. You know that, Elon? You wouldn't know. He's too young to know. U.S. Steel was the big baby. That was a big, I don't know. There's something nice about U.S. Steel.
Teamsters is a
being the
union.
biggest as opposed to Google, you know. It's like a different kind of a company. But we sort of need.
And union members are
in this
voting for him
country, like,
because we don't want the
we're not gonna
migrants
go
to
war
take
with me as your
union
president, but if
jobs.
on the long shot that we do, we don't want to say we need steel. Can we get it from China, or can we get it from someplace else? It's always a possibility. But I will tell you, you're not going to have a war with me, and you're not going to have a third world war with me. That I can tell you. But we need steel. And I would not approve U.S. steel being bought by
You
Japan.
need to read it. You need to read that Bible.
We'll help them out, but
That's
they
what you
don't- I don't
need to
like
do.
it. We're seeing historic levels of support among
And you need to
our
implement
Black
it in your life.
population, Hispanic
It's a living
population,
word.
and our Asian population. Jews, Muslims, by the way, did anybody see yesterday? Did anybody see what took place? I was with the Muslims yesterday in Michigan, and when the polls first came out, they had 100%, I had 0. And yesterday, I watched this anchor on CNN almost choke. She said, something's happening in Michigan, big population, couple of 100,000, a lot of votes. Something's happening, the polls just came out. Trump is at 59, Kamala is at 8 with the Muslim population.
Go ahead.
They never saw anything like that either. And these are people, by the way, they're great. They just want peace. They want to have peace. And it's great.
Jesus is
so
king.
Jews and Muslims and Catholics and evangelicals and Mormons, and they're all joining our cause in large numbers, larger than anyone has ever seen in this country before. Larger
I follow
than they've ever
Jesus
seen
Christ.
in any country. And the Republican Party has really become the party of inclusion, and that's something very nice about that. And we're a big, powerful party, and they're losing it. They're really losing it. Together we will lift America to glory beyond your wildest dreams. It's going to happen fast, too. So in conclusion, with your vote this November, we're going to fire Kamala, and we are going to save America. We will cut your taxes, end inflation, slash your prices, raise your wages, and bring thousands and thousands of factories back to America. We're even going to get Elon to bring that stuff back. We will build American, we will buy American, and we will hire American. I will end the war in Ukraine, which would have never happened if I were president. I will stop the chaos in the Middle East, and I will prevent World War III from happening. We will crush violent crime and give our police the support, protection, resources, and respect that they so dearly deserve.
No more
we will
wars.
Strengthen and modernize our military. I rebuilt our military in total. We built all of our military, built 571 miles of wall, too. I took it out of the military because I couldn't get it from the people in Congress that should have given it to us. So I considered it an invasion. I said to a couple of generals, I said, congratulations, this is an invasion of our country. So I took it out of the military, had 9 lawsuits and won them all. We will build a massive defense shield, all made in the USA. We're going to build a beautiful dome over our country. And a lot of it's going to be made right here in New York. We will rebuild our cities, including our capital in Washington, D.C., which has become a very dangerous and badly managed place. We're going to make them safe, clean, and beautiful again. We will teach our children to love our country, to honor our history, and to always respect our great American flag. And as long as the Speaker of the House of Representatives is here, I would like to put forward a bill, because I watched 2 months ago as some very bad people, radical left people, by the way, nothing happened to them, in Washington, D.C., burned our American flags. They were burning flags. And I would like to suggest that we put in a bill, if you burn the American flag, 1 year in jail. We will get critical race theory and transgender insanity the hell out of our schools.
That's right. That's such an insult to burn the flag,
And we
especially
will
for the
keep
veterans who
men
fought for
out
this
of
country.
women's sports.
Get them out. Get the men out of women's
I will defend
sports.
religious liberty, I will restore free speech, and I will defend the right to keep and bear arms. Our Second Amendment is under siege. After years of building up foreign nations, defending foreign borders, and protecting foreign lands, we are finally going to build up our country, defend our borders, and protect our citizens. It's called America First.
America First. That's right.
Never seen before. And I'll tell our friends, our allies, who sometimes treat us very badly, that it's about time we take care of ourselves. And we will stop the illegal immigration that's taking place at levels never seen before. We will stop it cold and once and for all. We will not be invaded. We will not be occupied. We will not be overrun. We will not be conquered. We will be a free and proud nation once again. Everyone will prosper. Every family will thrive. And every day will be filled with opportunity and hope. And very much so, it will be filled with the American dream. We're bringing back the American dream, and we're going to bring it back at the highest level that you've ever seen. But for that to happen, we must defeat Kamala Harris and stop her radical left agenda with a landslide that is too big to rig. So you need to get out and vote. Get your husband off the couch. The football game doesn't mean a damn thing. You got to get out and vote. Get up, Harry. Come on, Harry. Get up, Harry. Let's go. You're going to vote for the president, Harry. We're going to save our country. For the past 9 years, we have been fighting against the most sinister and corrupt forces on earth. With your vote in this election, you can show them once and for all that this nation does not belong to them. This nation belongs to you. It belongs to you. No city embodies the spirit, energy, and potential of the American people more than where we are gathered tonight. We want to win our country, but we also want to win New York and make it safe and strong and beautiful and affordable and vibrant again. And we're going to do that. And we'll work with the mayor and we'll work with the governor. We're going to do that. We're going to make it great. You know, when I left for Washington 8 years ago, we had a horrible mayor named de Blasio. He was a horrible. And things you could see they weren't being properly done, but still it was a place that people wanted to be and all. But since then, our federal government, what they've done to this place, what they've done to the state, and I mean, to force hundreds of thousands of really rough people into this beautiful, I call it a beautiful oasis. When I left, New York was the place you wanted to be, and now people just don't speak well of it. But we're gonna bring it back, and we're gonna bring it back strong. And I hope you go out and vote. You gotta vote. It would be such an honor to win New York. Hasn't been done in decades. Hasn't been done in so long. It hasn't been done in so long. They all say, "Sir, you're wasting your money." I don't think so. Your crime is through the roof. Everything is through the roof. I remember during the debate, they said, "No, sir, this stupid person named David Muir from ABC Fake News." He said, "Sir, crime is not through the roof. Crime is down." I said, "No, it's not." I said, "It's not down, it's up." "It's down." I was like debating three people. And him, I had that person next to him who I never even heard of. But it turned out the following day, they released the stats, and crime was up 45%. And what a shame, what a shame. We really need a fair press in this country. If we have a fair press, that's going to be 50% of the battle of bringing it back. But this is the city where I was born and raised, and this is the town that taught me that Americans can do anything when they want to. So no matter our differences, when we work together, there is nothing that we cannot achieve. From New York to Las Vegas, from Philadelphia to Phoenix, from Chicago to Charlotte, from Atlanta to Detroit, this nation was built by generations of American patriots who gave everything they had for our rights, our future, and for our freedom. Through freezing cold winters and hot scorching summers, through storms and setbacks and conflicts and danger, our American ancestors pushed onward, marched forward, and overcame every single obstacle that stood in their way. Together they crossed the oceans, settled a continent, tamed the wilderness, laid down the railroads, raised up those mighty skyscrapers, built the highways, won 2 world wars, defeated fascism and communism, and launched American astronauts to the moon. It was hardworking patriots like you who built this country, and 9 days from now, it's hardworking patriots like you who are going to save our country. After all we have been through together,
I don't understand like how y'all cannot support Trump after what he did when he was president of the United States, and after what Kamala has done as vice president that she still is to the United States. I just don't get it. It's like, do you really trust her to talk to Kim Jong-un and Vladimir Putin and President Xi?
We share the same home, and we salute the same great American flag. We are one people, one family, and one glorious nation under God. We will never give in, we will never give up, we will never ever back down, and we will never ever 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 surrender. Together we will fight, 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 and we will win, win, win. We're going to win, win, win. November 5th will be the most important day in the history of our country. And together we will make America powerful again. We will make America wealthy again. We will make America healthy again. We will make America strong again. We will make America proud again. We will make America safe again.
In Jesus' name.
And we will make America great again.
Woo woo!
Thank you, New York. God bless you.
God bless you.
God bless you all.
God bless you.
Kamala would never say that.
She never mentions God. Have anybody ever heard Kamala say God bless you or God bless America? Have anybody seen pastors together to pray over her? You know, it's like she doesn't give God the glory except for to tell Christians that are attending a school. What was that, in Michigan or Wisconsin? They're attending the school, and she's going to tell them they're at the wrong event. You're at the wrong conference. You need to go to the one down the street because they said Christ is King and Jesus is Lord. You can't mock God. In His word, He said that He shall not be mocked. She can't do that. You know, and then she's going to go to Jamal Bryant. She's going to go to his church, and they're going to put a Christian out of the church because they got her behind the pulpit. This demonic spirit behind the pulpit got a demonic pastor who has had all these babies outside of marriage. That's the church, and he's welcoming her like she's so needed in the black community. She's not black. She's not for black people. Matter of fact, she's not even for Americans. There's nothing that she talks about or have done for Americans. The only thing she offered American women who are fools is abortion. Her whole rally, when they fooled everybody that Beyonce was going to be there, and like Beyonce was going to give her a free concert, people booed her, they heckled her. They were so upset because they were lied to. They would have never been there. They would have never been there, the numbers that were there to come out to support her without trying to use Beyonce's name. So that's the person that can't even have people come out to support her like Trump does. That she got to use Usher, Lizzo, Beyonce, all these different, Bruce Springsteen, all these different, even Eminem. He looked like he was angry being up there. They got to have all these entertainers to come out who are multi-millionaires, and they have Mark Cuban. You got billionaires and millionaires, and they're talking to people like they're not even going through what we're going through. Everyone they bring out is filthy rich. So I never see her lifting up God. She gets in a church, and that's when she wants to be black, the black church. You can't play with God.
They just say she did like a pastor voice.
She did a pastor voice now. You can't mock God. God sees it all. One thing about it, you can fool man, but God sees your heart. And for that to jump out of her mouth, tell her go to the rally down the street. Why? The best thing for her to say, you're supposed to fake it until you make it. She would have said, well, you're welcome here. God loves you. But her whole campaign is killing American children, killing American babies. That's all she talks about. She won't touch the economy. She doesn't talk about that. She won't talk about inflation. She doesn't talk about men and women's sports or men and boys' bathrooms. She doesn't talk about the things that are concerning the American people. She keeps talking about abortion like Trump he's not against abortion. He felt as though the federal government shouldn't be telling women what to do with their bodies, but people are so dumb that they listen just only to mainstream media instead of understanding that he turned it over to the states. So when we vote, each individual state can say what they want. And that's how it should be. So anyway, it's crazy that this woman only can talk about abortions. Her whole campaign is abortions, not this present administration, not what she has done to destroy this country. I mean, within a few years, they have destroyed this country. Putin and President Xi send troops over to Russia to help defeat Ukraine. And we're just sending hundreds of billions of dollars. We're footing the bill off of our taxpayers' backs. We're footing the bill for all these immigrants. They live in better lives than we are. The immigrants are living better than you. They're getting money for food. They're getting everything. They're crashed. Our healthcare system is going to crash with the care. They're in all the hospitals. They're everywhere getting all the healthcare for free. We're paying for that. It's just, to do all that in 3 years to a country is unimaginable. This is just ridiculous. And anybody that's supporting Kamala, you tell me, what has she done for the American people? Everybody's easy for people to say, vote blue, vote for Kamala. Tell me, what has she done for the American people? What does she talk about? What is her plan? Because she won't take questions. Everything has to be scripted for her. Everything has to be like, they have to let people know what you can ask her, what you can't ask her. What kind of president is that? Or someone who wants to become president? She shouldn't even be vice president. I see it. Cindy 2024. It's just ridiculous. I mean, I campaigned for the other side. So I'm not just someone that's just talking. I mean, I'm from Philly. I went out my way because we carry the election. We did a lot of work, canvassing, phone banking, door to door. I was holding rallies, everything, talking to all the congressmen, congresspeople, everyone.
Lucas says she's brought love back.
She hasn't brought love back. Have you seen her attitude now? Have you seen how miserable she is now when she get now a few questions? She can't even handle being questioned because she doesn't know, she's unfit to lead. She's weak. We can't, like these other presidents from like countries like Russia, you got to show them strength. You can't show them weakness. They want someone they could crush. They crush her, they crush the United States of America. And you want Tampon Tim? You think that they care about this goofy man to talk about he's a knucklehead? Are you kidding me? You got to have someone strong. And it's not that a woman can't lead. That woman can't lead. It's not time for that now because she's unfit. She act like hasn't been in government, like she doesn't know anything. She can't even speak without a teleprompter. And she looks scared to death to get the same questions that she's gotten over and over again. She still can't answer. I just want to know, what has she done for the American people? You could talk. Tell them how you feel as a young first-time voter.
Yeah, exactly what my mom said. I've been with Team Trump since 2016, back in the day.
You ain't know enough to vote. Go ahead.
But I like,
Yeah, you like Trump.
But
And I didn't.
But yeah, my mom did. But now she's seeing how this Democratic Party is and how they've lied about Trump. So that's another thing.
Yeah.
To make him look like a dictator and a tyrant, and make him look like what he's not, to get people to, anytime he even talking, they don't listen because they think he's gonna say something they don't agree with, when that's not what Trump's trying to do. Now you got people like Leonardo DiCaprio and Robert De Niro.
They bringing out all the actors. You have to remember, they are actors. You're bringing out all Julia Roberts, Oprah, all these people who are actors. Yeah, all these actors.
And they got this video, this lady. It's just.
She's screaming because Beyonce didn't. Video shows Kamala Harris supported screaming in little girl's face.
Yeah,
they're out of their damn mind.
She goes up to this little. It's like a baby.
Why would she scream at a baby? And why would the parents allow it?
Yeah.
See the black lady stepping up. She like, oh hell no. Her parents should have done that.
But this is how crazy the Democratic Party is. Like she should have been. Talk to the police.
You know what? I don't see how anyone could possibly say that they want to vote for 4 more years of this. I mean, and it's getting worse. Like 4 more years of this. It just doesn't make sense unless they're suffering from dementia.
And you know, Beyonce.
They think Philadelphia going to carry. Philadelphia not voting for these damn people.
She told people she's going to win at a Philadelphia restaurant, Kamala. Yeah, okay.
The thing about it is she keeps on trying to get black people to vote for her as an imposter, trying to act like she's black and she's not black. And black people need to wake up. Why did you do that? You want to put this on? This is an example of, she visited a black barbershop, and this is how black people that does not vote for her, they kiss up. She ain't never been in a black barbershop in her life. In her life, trying to do what Trump did. He's genuine. This is all fake. Black man, you know what she's done for you? She's put people like you in jail. That's what she's done. Look at this. See, this is how we get stargazed. Look at this. They had to find a black barbershop to go along with this madness in Philadelphia. This is so fake and phony. They're not going to vote for her, and she is so uncomfortable. She doesn't want to be there. She's never been in there. This is just so crazy. Just turn them off.
Yeah. Then got another video, comparison video, to show you something she's done to a black person.
An example of what Kamala Harris has done to black people. This man was on death row.
And, you know, later on in the video, he says that she was laughing.
We're going to play more of it.
Yeah. But this is what she's done.
She wouldn't allow the DNA test. What happened was the governor of California allowed him to have a DNA test, and that's how they had proven that Kamala, who wanted to convict him, that this man was innocent. This is Kamala Harris. This is what she has done for Black people, and this is why we shouldn't vote. This is an example of having her in office and what she has done to too many Black men. And she has the audacity to be in a Black barbershop, and they're celebrating her, and she's an enemy. She's not for the Black community. And it's just sad that how uninformed a lot of Black people are. And to make matters worse, she had audacity that she's going to mock God. About this is that she knew that he was innocent, and she still allow it. You know, that's the worst part about it. That's why her, you know, she feels really uncomfortable with being in that barbershop with those Black men, because she's guilty. She's guilty. You know, she's guilty.
And the Black men are all cheerful in there. And she's sending your brothers and sisters to jail.
Sending them in jail left and right. She doesn't care anything about, let alone Black people. She doesn't even care about American people. She has proven that. She doesn't care about American people. Her actions and Joe Biden actions, they put everyone ahead of American citizens while using our taxpayer dollars to pay for everything.
Then, you know, Trump did the literal opposite
Yeah.
of her, what she's done to Black people. He's done the opposite and got people out of jail who was there for minor crimes.
30,000 people when
30,000.
he put in law the First Step Act. He tried to undo what Joe Biden did by the 1994 crime bill that had that he was to offer a mass incarceration of Black men. Mass incarceration. What did he say that Black men were?
He said Black men, people who are beyond the pale, can't be helped at this point.
Super predators. They were getting double life sentences for stuff like marijuana, just whatever they could just give. These judges was handing out years in jail like it was nothing. You go in at 20, you lucky if you get out at 60. You know, it's terrible what they have done to Black people in general. And when you take fathers out of the home, husbands out of the home, sons, cousin, it makes a big difference. You know, it changes the upbringing of those children not to have a male role model in the house. Just like the man that we see on there on the TV, like he was convicted wrongfully of a crime he didn't do, and she was so happy about it. You know, she has another guy that they wanted to give him the death penalty. And she didn't even want to allow his DNA to be checked because she wanted a notch on her belt. That would show she's a tough, district attorney. That was to show she'll kill someone. She'll put them to death. But she's most definitely is unfit. And then once, I'm with Jesus. Once you're going to mock God, I'm not following that. You never see her talk about God and God bless you and lifting up Jesus and all of that. She's not going to do it because it's not in her. She didn't grow up praising God, not in an Indian family. Her mother is Indian. Her father is Indian.
She said her mom likes Aretha Franklin, though.
Yeah, she say anything because they know that the Black voters is like their loyal base. They win these elections by the Black vote. That's why now they know they've been doing wrong by Black people and they don't want to give Black people reparations. So they said, well, we'll just we'll give the reparations to the illegal immigrants. They living better than American citizens. They're criminals being treated better than American citizens. Our kids, 3 million of our children are going to school hungry, and their kids are being fed.
So now
make that make sense.
She's realized that, so her new plan is, okay, let me offer Black men weed.
Offer Black men weed. The very thing you want to talk about some fake little one-page policy, and on there that you're going to legalize marijuana for Black men. I mean, really? The very thing that you lock Black men, thousands of Black men up for, and something that you admitted on the Breakfast Club with Charlemagne, that You smoked weed and you did inhale, and now it was such a big joke to you, but you took people's lives. You know what happened to men that go to prison, even for a short span of time, what they go through?
Thank you, Chevy.
Can you imagine what they go through? They could be in there a month. You know, they come out changed because the stuff that they have to do in there to survive, we can't even imagine. And especially being put in for something that you're not even guilty of, that has to be the worst feeling that you're being locked up in a jail, and you got these people that don't care, that have committed crimes, and you're in there and you're innocent.
And he said he met people in prison
that were wrongfully convicted. It happens every day. Wrongfully, convicted. And it's sad.
Tulsi talks to her about being a prosecutor, the wrong she's done.
Yeah, what she did, it's just sad, what they have done to Black people and America, and especially Americans. You can't even say just entirely Black people. What they're doing, they don't really care about anybody about right now. they don't care about anybody. It's all about power.
Senator Harris confronting Vice President Biden at the last debate. You called it a, quote, false accusation that Joe Biden is a racist. What's your response?
I want to bring the conversation back to the broken criminal justice system that is disproportionately negatively impacting Black and brown people all across this country today. Now, Senator Harris says she's proud of her record as a prosecutor and that she'll be a prosecutor president, but I'm deeply concerned about this record. There are too many examples to cite, but she put over 1,500 people in jail for marijuana violations and then laughed about it when she was asked if she ever smoked marijuana. She blocked evidence. She blocked evidence that would have freed an innocent man from death row until the court forced her to do so. She kept people in prison beyond their sentences to use them as cheap labor for the state of California. And she fought to keep cash bail system in place that impacts poor people in the
That's what she's done for Black people. And that's why Black people need to wake up. We don't want her, this Indian woman, as president. We don't want her. If it was Tulsi, she's a soldier. She's proven herself. She's been a senator. I mean, she could be president, but not Kamala Harris. She's unfit. The Democrats had someone that was a stronger candidate, someone that could stand up against. See, it's not about the Republicans and Democrats. It's about the world. We are the world leaders. United States have to show strength. She does not show strength. She's weak. Kamala and Tim, what's his name? Tampon Tim, they're weak. They are a joke. They are both unfit to hold the highest office in the land. You have to show President Putin and President Xi and President Un and all these other world leaders, you have to show them who's the boss. And she's not it. She's afraid to even talk to media. How's she going to sit in a room with these men? They're going to most definitely have World War III because they said we can come in and conquer the United States. They have idiots in charge. They can't represent me. They can't represent me. And if I had known that they were going to have this mass invasion of illegal immigrants, allowing village-swelling gangs, terrorists, and rapists and convicts and all sorts of people into this country unvetted, I would have never supported this administration. And I did not sign up for this.
Project 2025 isn't with Trump.
Yeah, it doesn't exist. Yeah. Trump is Agenda 47. And one thing about it, the media is I didn't know how persuasive the media really was. 84 days, this woman never even gave any kind of press conference. It wasn't even required for her to take and speak to the public. How do you run for president and you're not even going to address the American people? How does that happen? That you're not even going to address the American people. That should be impossible. 84 days. And then no one voted for her to even run for president. Joe Biden was the one that got 14 million votes. She didn't get one vote. Nobody nominated this woman. And they talk about democracy.
And compare like her interviews to Trump and JD Vance. Like JD Vance just did an interview with Jake Tapper. And it was like a debate. It wasn't an interview.
They go after Trump and JD with what is it, a pitchfork and a knife. They talk to her and they don't even want to ask her any kind of questions. It's like unbelievable that, you know, she only has scripted answers, scripted questions. Nobody can ask about her policies, how she's going to change all this damage that she's done to this country. She talking about for change. We need to change from her. She's presently the sitting vice president. They're the ones that have caused all this harm to American people. And you know what? Even when Trump wins this election, because he will win, because this is God's will, it's going to be difficult to clean this mess up. He can't do this in 4 years. He's going to have a lot of support to get this country back to being great again. And it's going to take more than 4 years. There's no way they have done so much in such a short span of time.
I'll tell you, my reply to what someone just said, her policies on her website,
No.
her so-called policies, but why hasn't she done that for the last 3.5, almost 4 years?
Those are not her policies. She copy and paste Joe Biden's, the same bullshit. She don't even know the policy. The reason why she can't talk about it, she wouldn't even go on Bloomberg to talk about her. You know, Trump went on Bloomberg and laid everything out, how he would financially turn things around, explain the tariffs, explain everything. He was on there for maybe an hour and a half. She wouldn't even go on there because she cannot talk about how she would bring America back, because she's the one that caused this mess and doesn't know how to get us out of this mess. You know, she won't even go on there. Let us know what your plan is. Don't copy and paste something from Biden, something that didn't work for us. They haven't done any. What have they done for American people? Somebody that's supporting her, tell me, what has she done for you other than give you higher grocery prices, a high economy, high inflation, allow your kids can go to school and they can have a boy on the team, can knock your daughter in the head with a freaking volleyball.
And the illegal immigrants.
The illegal immigrants, allow all sorts of people. There's nothing wrong with immigrants. It's illegal immigrants. You have to vet people so that we don't have terrorists come in this country. Things we always watch on TV that happens in other countries, it's here now. I mean, it's here. And when they start acting up, because right now they've been plotting and planning for 3 years. They've been plotting and planning. When they explode with their mess, that's when you're going to see when stuff starts jumping off, and it will, because the Border Patrol, Homeland Security, they said that they don't know when it's going to happen, but it is going to happen.
Look at how sick these people that are coming into our country are. They said that Florida deputies arrest dozens of illegal immigrants caught looting from Hurricane Milton victims. It's just getting a different type of people in our country now, people that aren't even supposed to be here, people with different morals and values that are just coming here to cause destruction and chaos.
And you got to look at the American people went there because FEMA, they gave all the money to the illegal immigrants. So when the people that suffered with the 2 hurricanes, Helene and Milton, there was no money for them. And then they're going to tell them, well, we got $750 for it, but you got to go online. Mind you, they lost everything. They don't even have a phone, house, nothing. But then you got to pay us back. And they said, how are they going to live off of $750 while these people are living off of taxpayer dollars? It really doesn't make any sense. And American people were helping one another because FEMA didn't show up. And then you have them, they want to loot them and steal. That's their opportunity. Mm-hmm. But y'all want to find out what's going on. Watch Cash Jordan. Watch, what's his name? Nick Shirley. Watch some of these people that have boots on the ground, that they're everyday people that's actually filming and giving you reporting about what's happening, especially in New York and Ohio and Colorado. I mean,
and now Kamala just said at the church. She said voting for her fulfills God's expectation for us to help him.
You know what? The devil is a liar. The devil is a liar. That the devil is a liar. So she's not for God. She's already proven that she is not for God. God is not walking with her because she's a liar. You know, she's a puppet. You know, even if she was become president, she look at Joe Biden. He hasn't worked in that office. I don't think he's worked in the office in years. I had no idea that this man was suffering from dementia. I didn't know, especially at the level. They allowed him to be exposed in June. They did that to him. No one knew. They would have pushed him forward. No one knew that he was suffering from dementia. Well, they knew that if he was going to do any type of debate, they wanted that to come out early so they could put someone else in, but they didn't want her. It's just that they couldn't get around her. Well, President Obama didn't want her. That's why he was the last to endorse her, because he knew that she couldn't beat Trump. You know, and the media has done everything to lift her up. The View, all these different softball news media call him dad, call her daddy, call him daddy or whatever. All these like podcasts, so the ones that she did go on, you know, she didn't sit down in front of any real reporter until she went on Fox News, but that was limited to 20 minutes. That was scripted, and they heard and got her out of there. I mean, she should be able to speak to anyone if you want to be president of the United States. You know, prove to us that you should be leading us. You need to prove that to us. When Trump or J.D. Vance go on these shows, they drill them like drill sergeants. They debate them. They go for their jugular, their neck. She go on, they don't even ask her, how long did you know that Joe Biden was suffering from dementia, since you're the last in the room? You said that you made every decision that was made, you were there, and you were part of the decision. You made the impactful decision. You said that on The View. And you said that you didn't know anything you would do differently. So you talking about the same old mess. So we want the same stuff to continue going on that we already been experiencing. So anyone who wants her have to be on medication. It has to be, or you have to be illegal. It has to be, you can't be American citizen. It's impossible.
Someone said VP doesn't really do anything.
VP was the deciding vote for this high inflation we have. VP was the casting vote of the 33 deciding votes that came from Kamala. VP is the border czar. She was responsible for the border. And if you don't believe it, Google 118th Congress and you'll see that it's written, it's in writing, that Kamala Harris was the border czar. And also Joe Biden, you can Google that or find that. He also made in charge of international affairs. She doesn't talk to anybody. She visited the border because she was pressured right before the election. And they went to the part that they already had closed up. I think the Texas governor or someone had already taken care of that. But this is after millions of people have come in. Millions of people have come in. You know, so, hey, y'all. It's like, it's so disturbing. I just tell you that I wish people weren't allowed to make decisions that affect me. I think they all need to take a rocket to Mars and live there with Kamala Harris and this administration. And, you know, because we need real leadership.
Now, Tim Walz supports AOC for House Speaker.
You know, so I'm not interested in anything that they have to say. I like the people that Trump has supporting him. We need smart people running this government. We need smart people that care about the welfare of this country, especially our children. I like the fact that Robert Kennedy Jr. has joined Trump to, you know, make America healthy again. They say that 70% of the kids are suffering from some sort of illness, that they're not well. That's a problem. That's a real problem. You know, the pesticides and things that are allowed in our food are not allowed in other countries. So, you know, we need strong leadership, and they don't represent strong leadership. At the end of the day, it's the truth. They don't represent strong leadership. And anybody that want to support that, these people that can't see that they haven't done anything for America's citizens. You know, you're supposed to take care of us first. It's our taxpayer dollars. But they're not. They don't take care of America's citizens at all. Not even when a tragedy happens. Like in Lebanon, where they have their tragedy, we gave them $147 million. The same time that we were going through the hurricanes in North Carolina, Tennessee, Georgia, and Florida. I mean, but we sent money there, but we had nothing for our people. We should have boots on the ground immediately. We have boots on the ground for the rest of the world, but not for us? No. I have a problem with that. You want to put her like on in church?
Yeah, she said she's going to release all criminal illegal migrants from detention centers on day one.
She want to release all the migrant criminals?
Yeah.
That doesn't make any sense
Yeah, she did say that. That's...
I want to... Well, if people are going along with a woman saying the things that she said, and it's not what she said, her actions go along with what she has claimed or wherever.
Yo, Jeff, my mom got a BMW and she can afford everything you can. And goodbye, broke boy.
Huh? Yeah, so anyway, there's a lot going on, and we got to stand up for what's right. All the demons are cheering. Only thing she talks about is abortion. And it doesn't make any sense. I want to really get one that she's
Vice President Kamala Harris and a crowd of her rally-goers mocked and trolled a pair of Christian students last week who protested against her abortion policies at a rally in Wisconsin.
Oh, you guys are at the wrong rally. No, I think you meant to go to the smaller one down the street.
That's the sitting president.
Stood by their actions, and they accused the vice president of being hostile towards evangelical and Christian voters. Donald Trump later moved to capitalize on this moment during a rally in North Carolina on Monday. He said that at Trump rallies, we don't tell Christians to get lost, and he argued that Harris will be Christians' quote-unquote worst nightmare. Trump has been very keen on ginning up support from evangelical voters, and there have been some indications in polls that his support among that group has softened a bit from prior election cycles. That appears to be driven in part because Trump has moderated a bit on abortion and a bit to broaden his appeal to the general electorate, but that appears to have harmed him with evangelicals just a bit. Now, evangelical voters still remain a pretty key voting bloc ahead of the November 5th election. And I think it is pretty interesting how Harris has responded to this situation. She has been doing a bit of a delicate dance throughout the campaign to refrain from alienating.
It's just amazing that she felt emboldened and empowered to mock God. It just doesn't make any sense. And she had the nerve to go to a church and do the same thing. You know, you can't mock God. Like when you do put God in it, then you stepping on too many toes. Then, you know, so She's fake. Everything she's doing fake. Only thing she wants to do is say whatever she needs to say to win. She doesn't care about Christians. She doesn't care about American citizens. At the end of the day, that's the bottom line. She's in it to win it for the machine, because she's not presidential. She's not even fit to be vice president. I didn't know that she was so incompetent and unfit, because I guess I never paid too much attention to her until now, that they did the coup on Biden and they threw her as the nominee, and nobody voted for this woman. No one. People didn't even have a choice who was going to run to replace Joe Biden. They just put her in there, and and they holler louder than anyone else about democracy. And to me, everything they do is the opposite of democracy. So the people that's still watching, can you share, like, and subscribe? Like, I'm trying to get to Philadelphia. We've really been busy to see the pulse of the people. They really want to win Philly, but they're going to be surprised with this election. They'll be surprised. Black people are keeping up with what's going on. And that's what I like about social media. You don't have to get your news from ABC, CNN, MSNBC, Fox News, or any of the news medias. You can go online, and you have boots on the ground, people that have no skin in the game, that are reporting and doing better reporting than the freaking reporters. And they're telling you the truth, and they're showing you what's going on. And that's what I like about it. And people are speaking out, and people are speaking up, because we're not blinded to what's really going on. It's not about race. It's not about Republicans and Democrats. It's about the world. We affect the world. We're the world leaders, and it matters who's holding that office. So that's why we need Trump. They respect him and they fear him. And I like that, how people are praying over him, and how he look, he said, God bless. He said, Jesus is Lord. He's like, that's something that she doesn't do, and she doesn't profess. She doesn't profess the Lord. She thinks she could play with God and stand behind the pulpit along with that fake pastor, Jamal Bryant. He's the worst of the worst, and he's going to answer to God for everything he's done. He's leading his sheep the wrong way that he's responsible for. So anyway, this election is different than anything I've ever seen before. It's just unbelievable. And before, it didn't seem like it would even matter. Like, elections would be so important. Like, you just have somebody else run in 4 years, and it's not like that now. It's like these people wanted power for the rest of the end of time, that they didn't even want to put a decent candidate up there to run. Like, they did all this big, bright, it probably was Obama, had this big, bright plan. Day one, we're going to tear down the walls, and we're going to tell them to come into the United States. We'll take care of them. We'll give them money. We'll put them up. Day one. This was their big, bright idea. So when the election come up, we could count on the black people. They going to vote like they always vote. No matter what we don't do for them, they still vote for us. Like they say, it's insanity. You keep doing the same thing, expecting a different, different results. You're not going to have it. So it just doesn't make any sense to see what's going on, men and women's sports. Like, who agrees with that? And why are you lying to kids? Children know, and adults know, when you're born, you're either a boy or a girl. You're going to have a penis and testicles, or you're going to have a vagina. That's it. You're not going to have any other parts. So to lie to children and put books in schools for kids telling them that they don't have to be a boy, they could chop off their penis, and they could chop off their testicles, and telling girls you could remove your boobs, you could become a guy. And then we know at the end of the day that when they die, whatever, they do a DNA on them. No matter what they try to change as far as their body parts, they're still going to be that gender that they were born to be. They're still going to be that gender, and then let these doctors mutilate their bodies, that they have to take drugs the rest of their life. They're going to shorten their lifespan. They're going to suffer. trying to say they got a fake vagina, got a hole in them. Your body's gonna continue to try to heal.
Look at what Tim Walz did.
Yeah, you tell.
For that.
Yeah, it's like no guy is gonna be a woman, period, and no woman is gonna be a guy. You can act like one, you can try to talk like one, you can try to dress like one, but when you were born, you were a boy or a girl, and God don't make mistakes. You were a boy or a girl. That's it. So the last men to play in women's sports. Playing women's sports, that doesn't make any sense. It doesn't make any sense. So, 9:23.
The medicine.
When?
That was
Oh, you did? Yeah. Oh, sorry. Yeah, I got scared. Okay, so God is good. That's all I know. God is good. And like this, we're not against anybody. I was a former Democrat. I voted for Biden, met Biden, met him several times, presented Biden with gifts and stuff, representing Philadelphia. I did all that. I mean, I held rallies, the whole 9 yards. So for me to be speaking like this,
Salvador, you always are hating, bro.
it says a lot.
Life, my guy.
It says a lot, but I don't want. This is ridiculous. You have to be stuck on stupid not to see what's. This is crazy. And the only people that want to defend this are people who don't want the best. They're not American citizens. Because what American citizen will want this happening to our country? Have you ever seen people just randomly burning our flag like that? Look at the vets that are living out in the street and people stepping over them and they're seeing the flag burn and they fought for this country and they were told that you need to die for us, for the country. It's terrible what they have given up. And to be disrespected at this level with how this country, it's like you shouldn't even fight for this country. It's just terrible.
Bless you as well. Thank you.
For them, I mean, they lost their minds. They suffering from what is it called? PTSD or PTSD, and they're suffering from all this mental illness, and their lives would change forever. And then people are disrespecting them like that. I remember they were at the DNC and the cops, this guy had American flag and they made the man leave the park and people were burning the American flag. And they told them people were still arguing with the black guy that had the American flag that was a soldier. And the cop said, we removed the problem to the people.
Oh, yeah.
We removed the problem. He had American flag. We removed the problem. This is some freaking neck and bull crap. It just doesn't make any sense, But like even on here, everybody's probably not American citizen. The people that have the most objection they're not even Americans. They like, damn, Trump might become president. Yeah, but guess what? You gotta go. You gotta go. You got to come in here the right way, the legal way. Like we met a guy, I think a few days ago. He was working in a Best Buy and he was from Egypt, but he's a legal immigrant and he's feeling some type of way. You have illegal immigrants. They're like, we're going through all this, years, trying to become American citizens. They feel some type of way and people just coming in, jumping in front of them, and here they're doing it the right way. And that's unfair to them, and it's unfair to American citizens because we can't handle people coming in at the rate that came in under this administration. You can't have millions and millions and millions of people coming in here like that. You got to spread this out. Like this is like 30 years worth of immigration all done or 40 years of immigration done in 3 years. That's crazy. We have to support these people. And we're not supporting our own citizens. So that's a problem. But anyway, we thank everyone for joining us. Don't forget to like, share, and subscribe. I am trying to get to Philadelphia. We've been so busy because I want to go into my neighborhoods and stuff like that and talk to people, and you can hear their perspective.
Someone said that they need another 4 years of Democrats to learn.
No, but as they learn, we got to suffer along with them. And like Trump said, he don't think we're going to survive another 4 years of this. You think that Putin and them are not going to try to take over the world? And they see that America's weak like this, they're not going to follow America. Trust me. I wouldn't follow America if I was them. They're not going to follow Kamala Harris, Putin, and them. They're going to look at this as an opportunity that they can come for us. They can crush us. Because the leadership isn't there. You know, the leadership isn't there. So we have to stand strong. They're plotting and planning while we're fighting, and we're going back and forth about red and blue. And that's not the bigger issue are the world leaders. That's the issue. And we need to all be one. As American people, we have to stand together, because this is bigger than us. And that's why we need God. That's why Jesus is Lord. Christ is King. And that's why Trump is going to win. He's going to win, because you cannot mock God. God said, I should not be mocked. Can't mock God. You don't have to, you don't believe in, you could say you don't believe. You will believe, because he said one day you'll believe, because he said every knee shall bow and every mouth shall confess that Jesus is Lord. So I promise you, it's written in the word, you will believe. But you don't want to wait until it's too late. You have to do that while you're alive, because you don't want anyone to go to hell. So, you know, it's a lot on the line right now.
You know, when Vladimir Putin is saying he wants you as president, it's a problem.
And President Xi. And while they got warships on outside of Cuba, next to Florida, and you got China. President Xi got warships outside of Taiwan. What they said, like 120 warships or whatever. They're ready to go ahead and attack, and they know once they attack Taiwan, then the United States is going to be at war. So you know, it's nothing to play with. So anyway, you guys, thanks for joining us.
How about 73 low? You go read Leviticus 18:22.
What does it say?
What does it say?
Leviticus is that what when he?
Yeah, that's where he says that it's an abomination.
Yeah.
What they support, and therefore he's saying for us to read a Bible verse. I guess that's supposedly against Trump.
You know what? The thing about it, that Kamala is not for.
She's not for God.
She's not for God. She's not even for you, and she has proven that. So there's nothing else that needs to be done with this administration. They've already proven that they're not for American citizens. Mm-hmm. So it's just like, I just want this election to be fair. I want this election. I only want American citizens voting in our election. I don't want illegal immigrants voting for our president. I don't want that. And everyone that votes that's not American citizen will go to jail. You know, so we want to decide who our next president is. That's for sure.
Blessings to you also, Robert.
Yeah, we most definitely want to be voting for our president. We don't want people who are not even citizens of this country to vote for our president, because see, it benefits them voting for someone like Kamala, because she doesn't do anything for American citizens, and American citizens are so foolish that she's done more for them than for us.
We love you too.
And we're still supporting someone like her, that her family they were immigrants to this country. She's Indian. Her mother's Indian. Her father, they're Indians. They're not Black Americans. They might look Black, but they're Indians. And she used that race card to try to
thank you, Chevy,
fool Black people into voting for her, acting like she a sister. She's not a sister. She's an Indian woman perpetrating as a Black woman when it's convenient. So anyway,
Nah, Jesus Christ is our Father.
yeah, Jesus is Lord.
Someone said reported. You reported us?
We're Christians. No weapon formed against us shall prosper, and every tongue that rise up in judgment thou shalt condemn. This is a heritage of children of God, and their righteousness is in me, said the Lord of hosts. And the Lord shall cause thy enemies that come out against thee to flee before thee 7 ways. Okay, so it doesn't matter. But see, when you're losing, that's how people react, because they can't have a conversation. You know,
even said
however the
why.
election turn out, we have to accept it.
Yeah, no one has even said why they're going to vote for her and why they're choosing
They
her.
can't. Oh, for abortion?
They just lash out.
All she does is talk about, I've never seen a candidate that have one. She can't talk about all the harm she's done to this country. It's her and Joe Biden has done this. Joe Biden certainly hasn't been running the country. She's been running it. We see that he's unfit. And Obama. That's why his hair is all gray. I'm like, why Obama looking like he all gray like he been president now? He all stressed out looking. He supposed to have retired. But that's because they've been running the country. And they want to continue to do us in, and we so dumb. We like, okay, let us get more whipping, because they ain't beat us enough. We're like, yeah, give us more. We want more craziness, more abominations, more stuff that just isn't right. Because they said the last days is right when right is wrong and wrong is right. You know that you know you're living in the last days when people are calling the opposites.
I like the new quote that Trump team has been using. Like you see right there, it says Trump will fix it. I like that, and Trump will.
Yeah, he got a lot, but he needs a lot of help. He cannot do this by himself. They're going to fight him tooth and nail to get anything done in this country. Everything he tries to do to benefit the American people, they're going to do everything to try to stop him. If he tries to bring down the economy, they're going to try to stop him. He's going to try to bring down inflation. They're going to try to stop him. When he try to get men out of women's sports, they're going to try to stop him. When he try to get people to stop mutilating children and cutting off their body parts, they're going to try to stop him. Everything that you would think that people would want, they're going to try to stop him. That's what they're going to do. Well, anyway, you guys, thanks for spending the time with us. We're going to try. We're working on our videos and stuff like that. So we're a work in progress, but it will get better. And we just don't forget to vote. Vote for the candidate of your choice. But we're voting for Trump, and we just,
love you as well.
We encourage you, vote for what's right. Vote for Trump. Get him in office, because these people have already shown us who they are. So we want to thank you for spending this time with us. But hey, we stayed up like the middle of the night the other night. I can't do. We got a lot to do tomorrow. So thanks, you guys. Trump for president. That's right, Trump for president. Black people, wake up. If anybody on here that's black, if you're a Christian, don't say you're a Christian going along with that demonic spirit that's trying to run for office. The one thing about a devil, it always exposes itself. She already let you know who she is. She told those Christians they were at the wrong rally. That was unscripted. That was her. That was her.
I just can't believe that people want 4 more years of this.
That's how sick they on medication. They gotta be on drugs or something. They gotta be smoking something. And you want this for your children and your family. I mean, I'm having a hard time paying for groceries myself. I'm like, I have money, but I'm like, this is ridiculous. I'm paying too much. Yeah. But anyway, you guys, we'll catch you another time. God bless all of you. We pray all is well. Your family is healthy and well. And if anybody got any illnesses, like if you don't believe in Jesus, you will, because he was wounded for your transgressions, bruised for your iniquities. The chastisement of his peace was upon him, and with your stripes you were healed. So you're already healed. And we pray that God continue to move in your life. Bless y'all. We hope that y'all prosper and be in health. Like he said, beloved, above all, that you may prosper and be in health. Even, so we do wish all that for everyone. And read your Bible, seek God, because God is good. And the church says all the time, God is good. So, that's what you want to do. And we love you. And just know that we can't let these people, Kamala Harris and Tampon Tim, get in office.
Yeah, and
They have already destroyed this country.
and like if you support for whatever reason Kamala and Joey Biden, we don't have any hate.
Joey Biden.
We don't have any hate for you or anything. Like you can vote for who you want. Yeah, we think you're making a wrong decision. We're just trying to voice what we think about politics and what's going on.
Yeah,
in the
everybody has a
election.
right to their opinion. You can
Yeah.
agree to disagree. You can agree to disagree. Everybody has a right to
Let's
vote
see,
for
yeah.
who they want to. That's a legal citizen.
Yeah.
Legal citizen. Well, anyway, we're going to call it a night. Don't forget Trump shirts. Like, this is so trendy. Everybody's saying Trump now. But, I have, 1 million and I don't know how many views with Trump and everything on one of my other videos. You can
God
check
bless
it
you
out
too.
on Speak the Truth. My viral video. I think it's like 1 million and what is it?
1.1 million.
1.1 million or something like that views and maybe 60,000 likes. And it's just, you see me on there, but I'm going at it. So anyway, thanks for joining us. We still got quite a few people. Don't forget to like, share, and subscribe if you want to be able to be notified when we're on here. Then, make sure that you subscribe so you can find our channel. And Chef, you're doing a great job.
Yeah, I was just thinking that.
You be busy. I know you be busy. But yeah, we were going to set up with one of our softwares. We was going on there because we really got a lot of stuff. Well, we have all the tools, but we just have to implement a lot right now. So anyway, thanks guys for spending this time with us. And don't forget to vote. Early voting is in a lot of places. So go out and vote. Don't wait the last minute. And and we don't worry about the haters and the trolls, because when you're losing, that's what people do.
Yeah.
They get upset and they attack and they try to offend, they try to insult, they try to do all the 9 yards, and they hide behind the screen. A lot of times if you saw who they were, then you'd be like, that person is saying what, So it's always like that. And anyway, we love you guys. Yeah, we love you too. We love you guys, because this is not about hating on anyone or disrespecting anyone. This is just about speaking the truth. It's speaking the truth. Hopefully God open up your eyes, because I was like you people a few years ago. I was totally, completely sold out for that administration. So now I see. Don't have to sound like a biblical song. Like, now I see. My eyes are now I see.
Yeah.
So anyway, thanks you guys. We're going to get off of here. God bless all of you. And
Bless.
Trump for president. And don't forget, Trump. Trump. See you guys. Have a good one. Bye.
All right.